Yeah, fair.
And we're back in the green.
Well, hey!
Welcome back, people.
Sorry about that. FatmanT's Wi-Fi died.
Yes. First time, well, second time, to be honest. I am changing on Wednesday, so fuck them.
Yeah. But it's fine. Everything's fine.
We might catch it before we were sitting there talking bollocks for 20 minutes.
So what the fuck were we talking about?
Pass.
Ditto.
Right, anyway, let's go back on. We can just move on to. Right.
You're flustered now.
I have, yes. I've lost my train now. I think about backstories. Yeah. Like, one of the backstories, blah. One of the back things we're doing is Glitter, one of our players. Her backstory came out to be a drug addict.
Yeah.
So, again, don't be worried about inventing something to fuck up the fact that they picked that as a consequence. Or give them an advantage or disadvantage based on their backgrounds. Too much.
Because the actual game itself does it a lot. Like for like the pre-built classes, like I want to say one of the backstories is folk hero, which I remember. I can't remember the exact wording for it, but like in like small towns and shit, you've got like a better chance of being able to get like free bed and board and shit like that. Like it's
folk. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah.
It doesn't matter like what exactly it is, but it's something like it's either way. My worse my point here of like Wizards of the Coast themselves have systems like that for different backstories. So if you're giving a character like a different backstory, talk to your DM and like DMs, same thing. Like basically talk to each other, communicate with your DM, and be like, hey, can I have this, please? Can we sit and make this thing a thing? Because if you ask and the DM says yes, awesome. If the DM says no, oh well. He said no. Come up with a new thing to pitch to us.
Yeah, you're thinking of rustic hospitality.
That's the one, yes.
Yeah, which is part of the folk hero backstory, which is basically as long as you don't threaten them, the common folk will hide you and they let you recuperate, heal you, but they won't set the next up for you. Now, on the opposite end of the scale, you have the haunted one, which has Heart of Darkness. Those who look into your eyes can see that you have faced unimaginable horror, and that they are strangers, you know, strange darkness. They might fear you, but commoners will extend to you every courtesy, and the moment to help you, unless you have shown yourself to be a danger to them. They even take up arms to fight alongside you, should you face your enemy alone. So on that one, unlike the rustic hospitality is, they won't give you a place to sleep because fuck that, we don't want the crazy person with us. But they will fight with you in a like town and village scenario. You know, I mean, don't be scared to customize your background somewhat.
Like absolutely.
Also, like I say, one thing I would say make your characters do is a section on like D&D Beyond, which is the notes section, which gives a list of organizations they belong to, allies, enemies, the backstory of the character themselves, and other things. As a DM, don't be afraid to use that against your players.
And even like smaller details in their backstory the player has probably forgotten about.
Yes.
Like if they mention in their backstory, oh, this character exists, and at no point in that backstory mentions that character died, there you go. You've got a character to work with who's tied to one of your players. Yeah. Run with it. Run with it until they regret not killing that guy off in their backstory. Or if the player makes the terrible mistake of mentioning they have parents who are alive and well that they love dearly, use that against them. Let the big bad evil man kidnap their parents and use that as fuel to motivate the anger in that character. To be like, well, fuck the villain. Now the character has a personal reason to hate the villain, and like everyone else has other reasons that are probably relevant. That character now has a reason to give a fuck about what the evil man is doing because now it's personal. But don't be afraid to make it personal.
But don't forget, alignments are also a thing.
Yes.
And
that's the thing. Like, even with lemons, like, even if like you're like one of your players is like chaotic evil and should side with the villain, if that villain kidnaps his parents, the gloves are coming off. Like, that player's not going to side with that villain ever.
Yeah,
because it's personal now.
Probably on the other hand, though, that villain, that player could be like, yeah, I could be with that, but I really fancy a day off, but so I'm going this way.
Still, it's been made personal now. Like, no player in the right mind is going to just let that work. You're going to be like, no, you've made this personal now, Dungeon Master. I'm fighting that fucking villain, because now it's personal.
You would hope.
Oh no, if you do things right, you can guarantee that they'll fucking go with it. Like, there are ways to be mean enough to make your players work. It's just all about figuring out what makes each player tick.
Also,
and 9 times out of 10, and the players don't realize this themselves, 9 times out of 10, it's in their backstory. If you fucking go through every player's backstory with a fine comb, you will find what makes that person tick as a player and as a person, and you can use it to make them do the things you want them to do in your campaign.
Now, as a player, what's worse you could do as well is not like, backstory could fuck you over. Not having a backstory can do just as much damage, if not more.
Yes. So. It's like, if you don't give us a backstory to work with, we'll give you one, and we won't tell you what it is until it's too late.
Again, if they say you're a paladin or a cleric, and you have to have a faith to go with it, because usually they do.
Yep. And you don't bother.
Yeah.
The Dungeon Master will make sure that you get one.
Yeah.
And when we give you it, don't bitch and whine because you don't like it. You had your chance to have what you want, and you didn't take it.
Yes. Also, don't worry about creating animosity in your party.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like interplayer stories are some of the most fun. Like, I like doing it on purpose. We're like I will purposely take 2 players aside and be like, hey, how would you guys like to fucking hate each other for a couple weeks in game? You would? Awesome. Alright, Rogue. Your job next session is going to be to try and pickpocket the cleric. So just make sure, if you want those, that interpersonal drama to happen, you get both players together and you explain to them, I think this is a cool idea. Are you down to do it? And make sure that both are down to do that.
And
if the players themselves come to you as a DM with the same idea of hey, we want our characters to get into a little feud for a couple of weeks, go with it. Be like, yeah, sure. What do you have in mind? Fucking, what you thinking? May I add some suggestions to make it way more personal and way more mean?
Yeah.
Because it can drive a really good story. You can use it like across one session to be a really interesting little character arc, or make it last 10 sessions and have a huge overlanding arc that makes the characters grow as people. One of my favorite ones I ever did. Ham did a campaign I was running where one of the players, one of their character flaws, if you will, was that they were racist against, I think it was elves. They fucking hated elves.
Orcs. You had that one.
No, that was a different campaign. I think it was elves this guy hated on his character sheet, and then I want to say 5 or 6 sessions into the campaign, a new player ended up joining, and would all forgotten this guy hates elves. And this new player came in with an elf character, and the only guy that remembered he hated elves was the guy who hated elves, and it was really fun. After the session, I pulled myself. I was like, "What the fuck was that? Do you not like that game?" I was like, "No, it says on my character sheet I don't like elves." Oh yeah, fuck, so it does. So I got the 2 of them together, and I was like, okay, so first off, sorry he was a dick. We all forgot he doesn't like elves, so sorry about that. That's why. And then we just kind of shot the shit for a bit and was like, all right, how? Let's work with this. Where can we take this? And the way we ended up doing it was, we made it last another 5 or 6 sessions, and then during a dungeon run we were doing, the racist player, we'll call him. I purposely had him fuck up a puzzle. We discussed it previously. You knew it was going to happen. But it was a storytelling thing. Had him purposely fuck up a puzzle thing that had him about to fall off a cliff because of it. And then the elf is the guy that then saved his life. like, again, we fudged the roll purposely for storytelling purposes, had him roll an agility check, and he succeeded it with a natural 20. He absolutely did not roll a natural 20, but we said he did. He rolled a nat 20, and he grabbed the guy's hand and to tell out a story, and like that's why that character then kind of like grew to no longer despise elves. He now just doesn't trust elves. And then through like continuing to party with this one particular elf, he grew to accept and tolerate elves, and then eventually evolved to elves are awesome people. You know, like you can use stuff like that to make a really interesting story, like branch across a whole session and a whole campaign. You know, never be afraid of some of those more scary character flaws of this guy's a racist, because that's what the character flaws are there for.
Yes,
is for the start of the story for them to be fucking cunts, and then by the end of the story for that character to have had, like, it basically gives you a character story to work with of this guy's cool but he fucking hates elves, and then by the end of the campaign through elf-based shenanigans, now he loves elves, but he's taking that full spectrum journey of despise, you know, distrusts, tolerates, accepts, fucking adores.
But also,
you know,
don't
give him that big character stretch, you know.
But don't be scared of the fact of, yeah, the guy hates elves. Don't be scared of the fact that, well, this one elf is fine, but the rest of you are still cunts.
Yeah.
Don't be scared to let that keep going, because that's not. Again,
especially like when you're like still early into that story arc. Is let him be like, okay, I like this one elf, the rest of them are pricks, and then let's like your end goal should be by the end of the campaign, he at the very least tolerates elves.
Yeah.
As a whole, he no longer hates them all. He tolerates them. They're allowed to exist around him now.
Yeah, but
you know, like,
but don't be scared to leave the rest of them to be left alone.
Yeah.
Because that could create some very interesting plot points, especially depending where you go.
Exactly. You know, like.
And I say, don't be scared of doing horrendous shit in your storytelling. Right? A lot of game DMs think, oh, we're going to make the fluffy Disney PG version of the game.
Right? No, like, if you want to make things gritty, make it gritty. You know, like.
Admittedly, ours is going to be quite, well, not too fluffy, but.
It's going to have a bit of fluffiness, because, like, I'm a fluffy person.
Yeah.
But, like.
Don't be afraid.
It's also going to have those grounding moments of, like, fuck, that was a bit fucked.
Yeah, don't be afraid to go full Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
You know, don't be scared of having like an entire village sacked and the villagers all raped to death. Don't let your monsters, let your creatures be horrendous evil twats.
Exactly. You know, like
when the common ones for goblins now is they produce by raping the village women and taking them back to their lairs, raping them to produce new babies and then eating them alive.
I always preferred like to have the goblins reproduce like Hobbes do in Fable, where you just kidnap children and do magic to make them into more goblins. I prefer that version of goblin. I think that's more fun.
I think the grape one comes more of like a modern twist on the variant of it.
Yeah, I like going old school and have like basically just having them be bright green Hobbes. I think it's more fun if they're just Hobbes. People at home, if you don't know what a Hob is, go play Fable and then come back. Like, go play Fables 1 through 3, and then come back.
Or read some literature. You'd listen to Twitch.
That too, yeah.
Get a book.
But, like, playing all 3 Fable games, let's face it, it's quicker than reading the whole fucking King Arthur story, let's be fair here. That book is like 500 chapters.
Well, you can always One Piece, there's only 4 chapters.
Dell. Just go play all the Fable games. Fuck yeah. Play like the first hour and a half of Fable 2. You'll discover what hobbies are. They screw up disgustingly early in Fable 2, and I love it.
Yeah, so don't be scared of like giving your players some really dark RP to work with.
But like, make sure again like you discuss it at like session 0. Of like, again like what I did with you guys. Of like, there's gonna be some fucked shit like happen throughout the story. Is there any fucked shit that people here are not comfortable with happening? Are there any topics that are off the fucking table? That way, like I said, everyone's then on the same page. And even then, if like you're coming close to like a part in the story where you're planning on doing something like particularly fucked, bring it up again. Just be like, look, guys, in like 2 or 3 sessions time, there's gonna be a storyline involving this, and it's very fucked up. Does anyone have any disagreement to that happening?
Yeah.
Does anyone feel uncomfortable about that? Yes or no? And if people say yes, that's that. You scrap that, so you don't ask them to explain, you don't say why, you just say, right, that's fine. We're not doing that then. That's all you need. You don't need them to explain why they're not comfortable with that. Flames Up actors, they're not comfortable with that storyline. That's fine. You tear that page in half, you don't do that segment. You skip that bit. And you go, we're just not doing that part of the story. We're skipping the bit where the big bad villain rapes the local virgin. Right? I don't need to know why you're not comfortable with us doing that. You're just not, and that's good enough for me. You know, like...
Don't force your players into uncomfortable scenarios.
Yes, always make sure that like they're comfortable with what you're planning.
Well, I mean, I'll say, force them into comfortable scenarios, but don't take it to the extreme levels.
Yeah, like it depends. Like in terms of like topics, don't make your players uncomfortable about topics. You know, like if, for example, like if you've got a player who's arachnophobic, don't have spiders. Don't fuck with spiders, maybe. It's mean. You know, but like if you have a player who is worried about their character fucking dying, make like play with that fear.
Yeah.
Make them come close to death once or twice, so that they start getting used to the idea of I might die, and that's okay. It's just a game. You know, like there are certain like uncomfortables that you can work with, and other uncomfortables that you don't touch. You know.
Yeah.
Phobias and like just like trauma and shit, you don't touch that. They're uncomfortable with that for a reason. If it's something like, oh, I'm worried about my character dying because I spent a lot of time on that character, abuse them, make them almost die like every second session, because you want to knock that fear out of them of, oh, it's fine if I die, I can just like work just as hard on a new character, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, but also just have, before you even do it, just talk to that player and just be like, hey, I know you like that character, but it's okay if you die. A, we can make a new one, and B, the character will live on in their own way. There are ways we can make that character still live on in this story. You know, like, if your character dies while doing some big quest that leads to a village being saved, that village will build a memorial to your character, like a big statue. You know, to like rally all their money together to build a statue to the hero that sacrificed their life for them, and they'll like record your story forever, and you know, like just reassure like those players that are worried about that like death isn't the end. Much like in the real world, death isn't the end of the story. You know, like the story continues. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get to the point with the character players. There's a lot of players they won't do things because, oh, my character might die, or this might happen.
Yeah.
Wait.
So you keep talking. Just on that note, I need the toilet. I will be 2 minutes. Just keep talking though.
Yeah, a lot of players understand it's a living world you're in. Not a living world, but the world has time, consciousness, and emotion behind it. That's what good storytelling about. You invest in the character, yes, right, and you get upset when the character dies, but the world goes on, and because of the impact your players make on that world, changes the environment of the world. A lot, as I said, a lot, but I've seen some DMs do what I call static storytelling. So we get in like a lot of games where no matter what your choices are, the story keeps going on a train track and doesn't deviate. Right? That storytelling is not bad. It keeps things going in a nice, orderly manner, blah blah blah. But I quite like what's called dynamic storytelling, where the choices as a player you make can drastically change the world. Now with D&D, admittedly those choices are infinite, depending on what your players do, and can cause some very screwed up things to occur. As a DM, like I say, don't be afraid of your vision being knocked off track slightly. Let it get knocked off, then sit there and think, well, I wanted this all along, and then move on from there. Don't be too fixated on what you've built. Although you've spent a lot of time and you're happy with it, don't be pathological over your track. Allow the players, again, like I say, it's a story of two things. It's your world you've built, but remember, as a DM, you're building the four corners of the box. It's up to the players to decide how they draw in that box somewhat. You can punish them for being idiots, by all means. You know, one thing with with the VTT system we're using, which is Foundry, right, is you got what's called line of sight boundaries. In fact, hang on. There we go. Right, this is our base world here. Right, so this is top. This because I have GM privileges, I can see this. Now, if I clicked on my character Crow, you then have line of sight boundaries, which means I cannot see anything that my character can't see. So, say I move around here, say it blocks it all off. Right. So I have no idea. I know it's a building, but I have no idea what's in that building. Why? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's alright. Right. So yeah, sorry. Did I check something there? So yeah. So I can't see anything goes on around anywhere. Right. So that means if you have a player who likes to run off a lot of the time, you can hide people around corners. So here. Run in and woof. Oh shit, I've now been, I've ran into people which could cause initiative. Now everybody else, because of this, is out here somewhere and away from the player. So that can cause your player to end up being alone in the middle of the battlefield without any backup whatsoever. And Vegas is taking an awful long fucking time. So yeah, this is one way you can do it. Back over here. My first real week of war I have ever had. Boom, boom, boom. Anyway, let's watch a video while we're waiting for Vegas to turn back up. To make everything, that'd be interesting. Does Da Vinci's 5-year-old power hammer actually work? Right now.
Doing work by hand kind of sucks. Whether it's sawing logs, grinding grain, or hitting things with a hammer, doing repetitive actions like this over and over again is a huge pain. From the perspective of industrialization, humanity's goal has been to find a way to outsource this labor and find more efficient ways to achieve them.
I'm back.
In this
Sorry
video,
about
we'll be
that.
attempting to recreate a mechanism that
I was desperate for the loo there.
I was playing a very quick video I found, which was interesting.
Okay. Yeah. Oh shit! Fucking stairs.
Stairs?
I ran downstairs for more tobacco.
Ah.
Fucking stairs take the breath out of you going up and down them. Fucking. Oh man, not built for stairs anymore.
Oh, Discord's acting up now. Great.
Oh, Christ, I never was built for stairs, no, I fucking hell, Jesus.
Discord won't let me do my screen share for some reason. Oh, why?
Yay! It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah.
Fucking, don't.
No, what I was explaining about was using VTT to punish people. Like,
Alright, yeah.
It was on about the line of sight thing we built in our VTT.
Yeah. Like, fucking, if a player, like, runs off, and, like, yeah, like, line of sight, they didn't see that bad guy. They ran ahead, and now they're surrounded by 500 kobolds. They're fucking dead.
Yeah.
Like...
And if they survive, they've learned a lesson.
Yes. Of don't run ahead without the other players, because you will get fucking murdered.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, you don't know what's out, you know, in the dungeon, because you can't fucking see, John.
Now, one thing I will mention is, it's a weird one, because is one of the early ones in IO, What Have I Watched, on Pipe Dreamers, which had one of the characters which was a druid. Now, the person who was doing character, I'll pay this druid quite well. And one thing they did was, because the warlock was actually, they changed warlock from like magic to using radiation for his abilities.
Yeah.
And every time he used radiation to heal somebody or something like that, they built up stacks of radiation inside, which then caused mutations.
Yes.
Now, one of the characters got addicted to the idea of this mutation creating this like raccoon horror nightmare thing. Right, to the point where the DM eventually wrote out an entire new custom battle line for them to either accept the fact they're a druid and keep the druid powers, but release all the radiation out of the body, or create a new type of homebrew skill line based around their radiation.
Yeah.
And then that the player decides, and the player went for the radiation, like the abomination they called it. And they created a whole story campaign of where she had to give up her druid abilities by fighting the druid god to give up the ability to be a druid because he wouldn't let her go.
Nice.
You know? And then it created a whole like interesting story up here where, well, now every time you mutate the radiation, you get a new pendant growing out your arm, but because you're a master of radiation now, you can either suck the pendant back in, but also at any point you can now bring the pendant back out to slap someone across the face with.
Like, David, on the same kind of note, right? I did another really good bit of advice. This is both for players and DMs to an extent. Is like, because you can meld this advice to apply to players a little bit. But like dungeon masters, right? Guys out there, right? See, like if you've got your party in like a city or something, right? And say there's a marketplace, right? And your players, they ask you, all right, what merchants are at the marketplace, right? What shit can we buy? Don't be afraid to throw weird shit in there on occasion.
Oh no, that's great fun.
Like shit that's gonna like grab their attention immediately, make them go, what the fuck is that? You know, I'll give you a prime example, right? You look around the market. You see all the sights you would expect to see. You see, some jeweler smiths. They're still set up selling rings and watches alike. There's a weaponsmith. Dealing in swords and hammers of dubious origins. A couple of armor smiths selling leather, or even a tailor selling clothes. But one stall stands out in particular. One stall, kind of tucked into a little corner on its own. It just has, a fairly finely dressed man, wearing a fine blue vest and a strange, feathered hat, and his stall is surrounded by cages of different sizes. You're a little too far away right now to see what's inside the cages, but what you can see is the cages all have signs on them saying "for sale." Your player's immediately going to go, "Tell me more about this interesting man." They're going to go over. You now reveal that this guy sells animal pets. But the animal pets all have a twist. They're fucking weird.
Yeah.
Right? One of my, cause I've brought this guy in a couple of campaigns, like the animal trader. One of my favourite pets to give him, that he sells, the necro hamster.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hamster but its previous owner was an asshole, and managed to make a really small necromancer staff, the size like a human, like a hamster scale necromancer staff, and gave it to his pet hamster. And now that hamster is a necromancer, called the Necro Hamster. Don't be afraid to do dumb shit like that, and give it to your players. It's just like, here's a thing that exists, and you can buy that for a silly amount of money. For 5,000 gold, you too can have a Necro Hamster that can revive the dead. Like, don't be afraid to do dumb shit like that just for a laugh. Like, because it can be fun. It can be really fun to do dumb shit like that and break it out. But also, if you introduce a system like that, like say you introduce the Necro Hamster, don't be afraid of one of your players going, see, when my character dies, can I play as a Necro Hamster? Can I make a Necro Hamster character? Let them do it. You've introduced that character idea, make it a whole class. Of like, it's a necromancer, but it's small. And the caveat is like, when it does its necromancer spells, rather than summoning a human zombie, it's a zombie hamster. Or it's a skeleton hamster. They're little hamsters. They're little zombies and skeletons, and they do less damage because they're hamsters.
Oh,
don't be afraid of doing like silly little ideas like that and letting the players like use those ideas themselves.
Or if the player wants to make the hamster bigger, don't be afraid to let them somehow magically homebrew a spell that transfers this little necro hamster into 6-foot-tall bruiser of a beast.
Yeah.
That comes wandering
around.
You know,
like it's...
Also, one thing don't forget, I think is important, is do not play on modern morals.
Yes.
Right?
Don't let modern morals like dictate what's good and wrong in the world. Like go look at like the historical morals for the time period your campaign is set in. Yeah. Like if your campaign is like loosely based off like 11th century like medieval like the historical shit. Yes. You know, like the armor styles are from that period and the weapons are that, and like the societal customs are that kind of time period. Look at what was the law in that time period, and use that as like your model foundation for like what's going to be law in your setting.
Yeah, like say our campaign is roughly, I would say, 15th century, give or take. Right, so in the 15th century, whole houses were a thing.
Yeah.
All over the place, quite common sights. Right, so was slave trade.
Yes.
Don't be afraid to induce slave trade, or even, I know it's crass, the idea of sex slaves into your campaign.
Yes.
Because although it's, I mean, we may or may not do it, I can't say one way or another, that's down to my god, but no, that's a stupid twat.
Yeah.
There'll be kink behind it.
I mean, I will be honest, like elements like along those lines are going to be turning up. Like whorehouses are going to turn up as a thing.
Yeah.
Slavery, kind of. I'm kind of gonna play with it, but kind of not at the same time.
Yeah. Like
it's gonna crop up here and there, sooner than you think. Like a lot sooner than you think.
Yeah. But also, like I said, don't be afraid of players saying, well, here's some slaves. You can buy a slave.
Yeah.
Let them buy the slave.
You know, and then let the players then, you know, like make it apparent. This person's life is in your hands now. Yes. You own this person. You can do whatever you want with them. Like there's no that person is your legal property. You can do whatever you want to them. No one can stop you.
That person has all the rights of your hammer.
Yes.
What are you going to do with this person?
Like you can give them their freedom if you want, or you can do anything else that you can think of to them. Legally, no one can stop you. Yes. Someone might try, but they will be arrested.
Yes.
Because they have no legal right. This fucking tabaxi's life is in your hands. What are you gonna do with it? Mm-hmm. Don't be afraid to give that kind of power to your players. Like, because you can use it to scare your players. And make them afraid of themselves a little bit.
Yes.
Where like you can give them that kind of power, like. So you know you give them like a slave, and they decide, you know, I'm gonna murder this slave. Yeah, we're gonna work together to kill this slave, and then just introduce an NPC while past to like overheard that conversation and have the NPC like mention like, hey, why are you gonna kill this guy? Like that's a big waste of money for one. Two, he can be way more useful to you. And also, that's kind of fucked. You bought a man so you could murder him. Why? And then your players are gonna like take a second and be like, "No, actually, why? Why are we doing this again?"
I mean, one of the reasons.
Like, what was the plan here? Like, don't be afraid of like doing that kind of shit to like make your players like basically trick your players into giving themselves a psychopath on the fly. You know, like.
I mean, one of the reasons it could be doing
bait them into being sociopaths, so you can call them out for being sociopaths to fuck with them.
I mean, one of the ways you could do it for more reasons, like say when your character's somehow meant to get a alignment with a dark god, and needs a specific type of human sacrifice.
Yeah.
Instead of them going to picking random civilians up, they can just go to the slave market and buy what they need from the sacrifice point of view.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of can make things. I wouldn't say not as dark, but it gives your player the options of, well, this character's already fucked, in a way. I'm putting it to use in another way. I'm not just pick a random civilian who's. I mean, you may like say, well, all slaves in this world are criminals.
Yeah.
And part of the punishment is that they get turned into slaves. Type thing. That's one of the RPs you can use. So it's like, well, I'm buying a criminal anyway, they're done wrong. So it's fair for me to use them as the sacrifice I need for this particular ritual.
Yeah.
You know, but, you know, you don't have to you can tell them, like, well, what kind of criminal was it? Oh, well, he stole off of bread.
Yeah.
You know, kind of
Jean Valjean, that shit, you know?
Yeah, but, or you could say, well, this particular one happened to be, you know, a 17-time mass murderer. Which one would we less care about what you do to it? You know? Well, again, you just.
But then you can still make the players care about the mass murderer by being like, but the reason he did that mass murder was he killed an entire village of people. But that village of people were secretly cultists who had kidnapped his wife and murdered her.
Yes.
And he was just on a quest for vengeance. You know, like you can make those morally grey situations where you're still tackling that topic head on and making your players think, is this the right thing to be doing here? Are we actually the good guys, though? You know, like, in the eyes of the world, yes. But are they happy with how they're being the good guys?
Yeah.
Society is fine with how they're doing it, but are they okay with how they're doing it?
Also, don't be afraid to make your party not the heroes.
Yeah.
Of the particular world. You can create an entirely new NPC party, which are the heroes. And your party is just going about picking up the random pieces the heroes can't be asked to deal with.
Yeah.
Or you can make the hero party total assholes. By comparison, you know, the hero party is all a bunch of nobles who are granted their title by God and they're just literally abusing it as best they can.
Yeah.
And your party's there picking up the pieces because, well, they're assholes. We can do a better job if we try ourselves.
There's a lot of really fun stories you can introduce if you essentially like let go as the DM.
Yeah.
You know, like let go of like the idea that like morally everything has to be good or evil.
Yes.
Except that moral has a big fuck off section called grey.
Yes.
And work with grey like all the time. You know, like you can make some really interesting shit happen when you embrace the idea that morality is black, grey, and white. Like there's shit that is absolutely good, shit that is absolutely fucking abhorrent, and everything else is kind of in the middle. It's neither.
Like I say,
but at the same time, both.
Like I say, going back to this, one of the ones you can use for the slave one again is right. Slave trade abhorrent in modern eyes, yes.
Yeah.
But in going back a few hundred years back.
Yeah, back in like the 1500s, perfectly acceptable.
Right, slaves were perfectly, and sometimes a slave had a better quality of life compared to even a peasant, depending who bought them.
Yes.
You know, they got educated, better food, better clothing than the average peasant did.
Yeah.
Depending.
You look at the very famous story of Joseph in the multicolour rain jacket.
Coat.
Whatever the fuck it was. Like that story highlights that amazingly. He got sold into slavery by his family, which was shit. But as a slave, he had a way fucking better life. He got educated. He had a, better, like actual family dynamic. Mm-hmm. He was treated with some level of respect because he was quite intelligent.
Yeah.
Is still the general crux of that story quite fucked? Abso-fucking-lutely. but it still raised that idea of sometimes, while slavery is fucked, it's not that fucked. It's still fucked, but it's not fucked. You know,
Well,
like it's
here's a narrative for you, right? Let's say you bought a slave as a child. That child was
Yes.
sold into slavery by his parents.
yeah,
Now if that child wasn't sold into slavery, then the odds of that child actually eating a meal and not dying of starvation is
would
very,
have been
very
very
low.
slim.
The
Yeah,
odds are if the child wasn't sold into slavery, he wouldn't have seen the next winter.
yeah,
Quite contradictory. Yet, as a slave, he gets 3 meals a day, clothing, and as you, the owner of the slave, have educated him
yes,
in ways, and to keep him safe so he doesn't get abused by anyone else. Because you're authority, then no one else can abuse him at all.
exactly.
So sometimes having the slave contract there, which sets specific rules on what happens to the person, can protect an NPC rather than actually hurt them. In a way,
Like
it sounds. I know,
you
it sounds
can do
fucked
a
up.
lot with shit like that, where like it's fucked, but like it's the lesser of two evils.
Yeah. Again, you've got to stop thinking as a DM that modern morals account for shit
Yeah,
in a fantasy setting. You can add them if you want to, if you really want to. But if you want a more compelling story time and have better compelling story elements, don't be afraid to think, well, modern morals don't exist. Let's what morals existed back then,
yeah,
and use that as your moral basis or your moral compass for the story. I know it sounds harsh and horrible to most people in modern ears. Slavery, no. Yeah, slavery was common back then. And I know a lot of people think of slavery as the black slaves.
like
Don't. When you think of slavery, go back next to 300 years. And
yeah,
look at it
go back
then.
to like when the Romans were doing it. You know,
Romans, the Greeks, the Persians.
I don't know. Maybe don't do the Greek version, because then all your slaves are just going to be fanboys. But
Yeah, but the Greeks did have slaves, and a lot of the slaves had better quality of lives than even what they called the plebeians did. To
yes,
be honest, they got more food, better clothing. Some were fucked. Some were used
yeah,
as
better
soldiers.
sex lives.
Yeah, but all the time.
You know?
Oh, that's not even wrong. A lot of
Yeah, like
if I remember correctly, one Greek village, like township, had a law where you weren't allowed to, like, get pregnant, like have children, unless you reached a certain social status.
yeah,
But because you say a slave was bought by a noble, that slave had a higher social status
then
the
like your
peasants did,
average fucking guy.
and the master, yeah, you
It
can,
was weird.
yep, you're a slave, but you have a higher social status than that standard citizen down the road because you're owned by a noble.
Yes,
So yes, you can get married, have children, and no problem.
it was really weird how the Greeks and that handled it. But
Even in medieval times.
they had fun. That's the main thing.
But even in medieval times, right?
Mhm.
The 15th century and stuff, like who had what they call indentured servitude, pretty
Yeah.
much, is the slave of a ducal household, right, which is related to the king, could have the ability to tell, they say, a baron to go and F himself
Yes,
because they have a higher social standing as the slave of a duke than the baron did.
and a baron does. Yes,
It's very weird how you can play it out that way. And it allows for some interesting story elements. Why does a slave tell my party what to do? Well, that slave happened to be owned by this guy, so therefore his social standing is 1,000 times above yours. Oh dear.
yes. Like he can order you to be publicly executed because he is the king's personal slave.
Yeah.
Like he's the only man in the land who's allowed to touch the king's feet.
Yeah.
Like
Hence also brings about the point of concubines and stuff into your story. Although a lot of people say, oh, a concubine was just like the idea of a king taking any woman he wanted for a sex partner. Yes, he did. Controversially, that concubine got amazing social status because of their status as a concubine
yes,
to the king. Hence, again, they had a higher social standing than even dukes did half the time.
it's going back to a bit of advice I said earlier. Like, if you are wanting to add again, like story elements like that of those darker tones, like again slavery and shit like that. Again, you need to make it aware to your players well in advance that this is a thing you want to do.
Yes. And
make sure that they are comfortable with you doing that. You know, like as a dungeon master, you have a lot of responsibility in the best possible ways, but also in the worst possible ways. Yes. You have a lot of responsibility. You know, like, and one of your like more major like your bigger responsibilities is making sure that everyone is having a good time and is having a healthy time. By which I mean they're having fun, and like everyone's having fun, and everyone is comfortable, healthy, happy, all of that. Like, and I mean that in the most literal way when I say healthy.
Yeah.
Like, if you as the DM are playing, you know, like with your group, and you know you notice, you know, like one of your players isn't all there today. You know, he's not as switched on as he normally is. Like, as the DM, you have that extra level of responsibility of, like, after the session to check in on that guy and be like, hey, are you okay? Is there something going on with the campaign you're not happy with? Is there something at home that's going on? Like you don't literally have that responsibility of, like, you have to be the hero, but, like, as the Dungeon Master, you're essentially the group leader. You're essentially, like, running this group. Mm. You know, think of it like a squad, right? Like a military squad. If one of the guys in your platoon is showing signs of fucking having PTSD from, like, the last engagement, it's your job to get him referred for a psych eval. You know? It's the same kind of concept. You know, like, you're essentially the group leader. If something's going on with the group, it's your responsibility to notice it and tackle it, and then make sure that everything's hunky-dory. And if things aren't hunky-dory, if you can fix it, you should. But if it's something like, oh, their personal life isn't great, you cannot fix that, but you can accommodate it.
But
you know, like...
One thing I will say, though, is accommodate as best you can. But don't let, like, one player's personal feelings outweigh a good storytelling point of view.
Yeah. I mean, it depends, again, on, like, what it is, to be fair.
Yeah, it's...
Like I said, like, if someone's not comfortable, again, with, like sexual exploitation, you don't play with that story concept. You know, or like if one player is just horribly terrified of spiders, you're not playing with spiders. You don't do that.
Yeah, but my point of view is, the problem with some of the terms is you get players who think, well, I said this might pop in the story. Yeah, I'm fine with it, no problem. You then bring up the story, they say, well, all of a sudden I'm not fine with it because of this. Okay? If for that reason, they would have to give a reason for it. But I'm also not comfortable with it. And B, you can say, well, tough tit. You agreed to it when we started this campaign. You knew it was going to come up. Live with it. If you want to do something about it, you have a character there in world to do something with.
Yeah, and that's why we say, like, every once in a while, do another check-in session with your players to make sure everyone's still on the same page about what concepts are going to be getting brought up, and make sure everyone is still comfortable with that.
Yeah, but also, like, still just like, not everything in the world can be solved by, well, we're just going to cut that out. Because it not always...
Well, no, like, as the Dungeon Master, you can do that. Like, you can especially with those darker, like, kind of, like, ideas of, again, like, slavery, sexual exploitation, shit like that. Like, if part of the reason why your villain is evil is he does rapings, cut that out.
Yes.
If your players aren't comfortable with that, you can just be like, okay, he doesn't do that.
Yeah, but one was
But he's still evil because of, like, these 15 other things that he does.
Yeah, well, one example I could say, like, the main evil villain, he wipes out entire towns by just murdering everybody in it. Men, women, children. And the players, well, not how killing children. Tough tit, you have a character, do something about it.
Yeah, that particular thing of, like, that is a bit more of a grounded thing where it's like, no, people die. Their age isn't relevant. Like, the slow tick of time comes for us all, whether we're old, young, or in between. You know, like, there are certain elements like that where you do have to draw that line of, like, no, that's just how it is.
Again,
it's sad, it's fucked, but that's life, babe.
Again, with the brothel, like, one of the things I say with the brothel aspect of things is, fair enough, you can say, well, you're not going in the brothel, but the brothels exist in this world.
Yeah.
Right? If you want to do something about it, you have a character there. You know, go into the brothel and try and liberate the people and see if they will happen or not. You know, keep if you've got a time period, keep your story to that time period.
Yeah.
Don't all of a sudden think like halfway through, like, these are the more of the time period, and everyone's happy with it. Then all of a sudden, because someone has an enlightened moment, all of a sudden they go feminism or something.
Yeah.
Don't suddenly change your world's morals to the modern ones to fit that person, because that's going to destroy your story narrative for miles around.
Yeah.
Again, it's your world. The players are in it and they tell a story, but you built the box the world's in.
Exactly.
The morals, the four worlds are fair enough. They sound. The players are well welcome to challenge those morals and change them as players, as the characters themselves. But above table, trying to force you to change your narrative is I would not allow too much. Some stuff, yes.
Yeah.
But overall, changing the entire moral system of the world you built, no. I wouldn't allow them to do that. Right? And if they want
For
to,
me, it does depend on it. Like, if it is something like fucking... a player's not comfortable with, brothels existing because they have, a personal, experience like that. I was sex trafficked as a child. Fair enough, we're not going to touch that shit then. All of that's out the window. That is fair enough then. If it is something silly I'm not comfortable with because I'm a feminist. Okay. Tough.
No,
be a feminist in game then.
No, I'm saying that is
fucking fix the problem.
If
No, what
I'm saying is, if it's say you're doing session and you said these concepts are coming up.
Yeah.
And everyone says, "Oh, I'm fine." Then you brought the concept up, right? And then they decide to change their mind on it. Then no, I wouldn't accept that. You've had plenty of time between now and then to tell me about it, and now you're whinging about it in game session.
That's what it can also just be a case of how you as the DM approached that subject that made them uncomfortable. Well, it's not the subject itself; it's how you went about it. Where you just you did it in a distasteful manner, and that's even if you have permission from your party to do those dark subjects, and they say, "Oh, do whatever. We're hardy. We don't give a shit." Because this thing I have to keep in mind quite a lot is I'm a sociopath, through and through. I have no fucking moral compass when it comes to any of that shit.
Yeah.
Nothing phases me. And I'm very much aware that there are countless people in the world who say that and don't fucking mean that.
Yes.
They think that that's what they mean, but it's not. The shit that doesn't phase me, 9 times out of 10 is shit that will phase other people. Especially with the way I tend to handle shit, because I have no fucking censor filter whatsoever. That's just built into me. I have to manually program that shit into my brain. It's something that I personally have to be careful as a DM.
Right. A great example
it's just a thing of you need to sit down and have a full on conversation with everyone in the party about what the concept is going to be, why it's getting brought up, who's comfortable with it, who's not. And basically hash it out and be okay, you're comfortable with the topic, but you're not comfortable with these particular parts of the topic. Fair. We'll dodge those bits. You're happy with me doing it, but only if I do it in a tasteful manner. Cool. What do you call tasteful? Let's talk about that. Essentially, don't be afraid to talk to your players. Could you stop rolling dice? That's very irritating. Trying to talk, hearing fucking in the background is quite distracting.
Are you hearing my end or your end?
My end, because I have Foundry open in the background. Stop doing that. Fucking.
Click clack.
Fucking. Halfway through a sentence was cunting well irritating. That threw me for a loop halfway through a word. Fucking.
One of the ways I was say about how you approach the subject, again going back to it's usually because it's easy topic, the brothel, is you say, well, there are women in the brothel, men and women, femboys, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
It's a simple vanilla way. Or if you want to go really dark way, you be well, what type of people are the brothel? Well, there's several 7-year-old girls, 12-year-old boys, that type of stuff, which they might not be comfortable with.
Yeah.
Although at the time period, that's probably what happened. To be honest. But
yeah.
the players might become that. That's how you can change it. Not completely delete the broth out of the thingy. You just change how you word what's there.
Exactly. You know, like, you still have to, even if your players are perfectly comfortable with things, especially like with the like our kind of perspective of things of doing it as a live show.
Yes.
Like, you, even more so for a live show, you have to still be really quite like tasteful about how you're doing those darker topics.
Yes. We can't just go full ham.
You don't know who's watching. You know, you don't know who you're going to upset. You know, like, if you upset John from down the road, it doesn't really matter. But, like, if you upset, like, the king of Saudi Arabia, it matters, because he's important.
I still don't care.
You know, they have lots of money. They can pay people to kill you. You know, John down the road can't even afford a Greg's. You know, like...
I'll be honest, I think the king of Saudi Arabia more upset me when I send him a bacon sandwich rather than what I do on YouTube.
Yeah, still. Like... like, you get my point, though. You know, like... You know, like, if you're just doing, like, your own tabletop game at home, you've got way more wiggle room to get dark and, like, fucked and twisted and fucked up.
I mean, we can go quite...
You know, with us, we can go pretty far, but, like...
Yeah.
I mean, I can go as far as I want, as long as I do it in a tasteful manner.
Yeah.
You know, like, I could even get away with doing, like, child sex slaves. So long as I do it in, the right way.
Yes.
Where they're not just there for the sake of it. Because I don't like doing that anyway. I don't want to be just edgy to hedgy for the sake of edgy to hedgy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, if I'm doing something that's edgy in the story, there's a reason for it. There's a storytelling, like, reason that in particular is there.
Yeah,
there's a narrative reason why that's there. And it's not just a case of, these are the bad guys and they're bad because this. Yeah. No. There's going to be more to it there. And it's going to be an opportunity for the players to do something that is good. You know, and be like, no, let's stop this from happening because this is villainy, and that's why that's there.
I mean, for people like...
You know, but, like, it's still going to be I'm not going to hide the fact that it's happening and it's dark and it's fucked. But we're still going to be treating it in a tasteful manner if you're not going to walk into a room and see a child getting fucked in the ass. You know, like... Because you want to do it tastefully, of imply that it's happening, don't show that it's happening.
Yes.
You know?
But for the point of fact of how it works, is Game of Thrones did do a lot of that kind of, like, dark shit in your face. And it was on national TV and they got away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Although YouTube is YouTube, and Tumblr is no longer a thing, so they've come to YouTube now to whinge at us.
Yeah.
Because Tumblr died, and Twitter's now gone, so God knows now what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right? Still, don't be too afraid of the audience.
Mm-hmm.
I've warned them what's coming to happen. I mean,
absolutely,
we constantly...
Like, we've been doing that.
Every time we do a show, we warn people, like, if you're too young to know what this is, leave now.
Yeah, you know, and, like, especially if we're doing an episode where we're covering, like fucked topics, we make sure to be like, okay, we're going to be covering this topic. It's quite dark, it's quite disturbing.
Yeah.
If you're not comfortable, now's your chance. You've got about 5 minutes.
I mean, we did it with Charles Nicholson, we did it with the map ones. We will warn you before we touch, like, a really shitty subject, a dark one.
Yeah, we'll be doing it with like the DLD, Devil's Latest Dungeon. Like when we're doing our actual sessions, if we're going into a session where a particularly fucked up topic is gonna get brought up, and I know that that's a thing that can trigger people, that's getting mentioned right at the start of that session, right at the start of that stream. I'm saying, like, there is a decent chance that this topic is getting brought up today. If you are not comfortable with that topic, leave now, because I cannot guarantee when it is or isn't getting brought up throughout this episode. So dissipate now and come back next time, because it, like, usually when I bring up those kinds of topics, it's gonna last that one session, and then we're gonna go a good few sessions without it coming back up, and then it'll crop back up again, and then we're gonna go a good few sessions, and then it's gonna crop back up, until it's dealt with. You know, like, or it might just get dealt with in that one session, and we never have to worry about it again, because sunshine rainbows. Yeah, you know, and, like, you guys are overpowered as fuck. Yeah. But, like...
don't constantly bog yourself down with giving, like, see your live stream we are. Don't constantly bog yourself down with giving trigger warnings. Give it a once at the beginning.
Yeah.
Right? And that's it. If you've already told them, they're watching a video, they can go back and rewatch the trigger warning again if they want to.
Yeah.
You know? If they don't, it's their fault. You know? And that's how you deal with any complaints you'll get. I said someone tried to strike it for, like, cause and type thing. You just put out there, the warning was put there. I mean, we always make our streams always marked down as not for children.
Yes.
It doesn't mean children can't find us.
But they're not supposed to be able to get a hold of our content easily.
Yes. And it's down to YouTube to fix
you know,
that problem.
like,
it's not my fault if a parent hasn't supervised their child and they're watching our stream.
Exactly, you know, like, I mean, part of why we mark these shows as not for kids is like our, you know, abundant use of swear words.
Yes.
And foul language. That by default is enough to click as not for children.
Yes, and
you know, some of the darker fucked shit we end up talking about on the shows. Yes. That again, like that alone, like even if we were keeping it PG friendly, you know, like wording, that ticks that box of not for children. I mean, you know, like there's like pretty much every episode has at least 3 reasons why children shouldn't be watching this shit.
Only 3?
You know, like at the minimum. You know, like. I
mean, look at this one. We're talking about Dungeons and Dragons, and I think we've already covered several topics which would erase it from being PG friendly.
Yeah, you know, like. The fact that, like, I say we, like, I know I definitely, like, I smoke and vape and occasionally drink live on stream. And I do not hide the fact that I do that. You know, especially when I'm drinking, I will actively say, I'm about to crack open a beer. Or, like, I'm going to open a bottle of whiskey. Or, you know, I make it very clear, I'm about to start drinking, and this is what I'm drinking. You know, so that everyone is well aware that Vegas is getting drunk, shit's going to get wild. You know, like...
Let's see if this will work now.
And, like, I don't exactly smoke quietly either. I'm very aware of, like, when I'm rolling a fag, it's very crinkly, and my vapes are not loud, but, like, they make a crackle. You can hear them. You know, like, you can hear my lighter fucking click on and off when I'm using it as well. Like, it's...
Nope.
You know, those are also reasons why children absolutely should not be watching this show. You know, or any of our shows. You know, like, we're not good role models.
Nope.
And that's because we're not... That's not our job. We're not being paid to be role models.
Oh no,
we're being paid to be entertainers. And even then, we're not getting paid. We're here to be entertainers.
Yeah, I'm not paid to be the moral compass for your child.
Exactly. We're not here to babysit. We're here to entertain. You know.
Right. Speaking of entertaining, my screen share won't let me do this. So, got a quick video to watch for a bit of fun. You have to watch it on stream. I can't. My screen share won't work. Right.
I mean, I hope you're aware that means I'm going to be on like a 10-second delay then.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, it's just, you know.
I'll give you time to find the stream.
Yeah, bear with me. My browser's being a little bit slow.
And I don't want to completely reset my Discord to try and fix the problem at the moment, because it might not get back.
Well, while we're waiting, actually, I'll mention a thing. I discovered a thing recently. I discovered a new thing.
Oh, did you?
I did, yes. I was doing what I usually do at silly o'clock in the morning a couple of nights ago.
Yes, Minecraft.
I was... No, this was a different night. I was sat on YouTube, right? Watching some YouTube videos. And while I was watching my YouTube videos, I was reminded that I own a game I forgot I owned. Which is a lot more common occurrence than you would believe. It's a little obscure little game. I don't know if you'll have heard of it. It was from the 90s. It was Jagged Alliance 2.
Yes.
Yes, a wonderful little game. Now, I got reminded that this game exists because the sequel came out recently. Have you heard of it? Jagged Alliance 3 released quite recently. I think that was this year that came out. And I was watching a YouTuber like have a little play of it, and I went, "Oh, that's fun." And then I went and looked up Jagged Alliance 2, and I was like, "Fuck, I own that game. That's in my Steam library. I recognize the box art, and sure enough, I do." And I went to play it. Sadly, I own Jagged, like one of the standalone DLC versions, so it's unfucking playable. Because I can't install the mod that fixes the aspect ratio, so like the writing can be read. So like I'm gonna buy the gold version like in a couple days when I get paid, so that I can actually play the fucking game because I can read the writing. Because I can install a mod that fixes the aspect ratio. It was from the 90s. It was built for DOS. It's not built for a fucking 22-inch screen. It's built for like a 10-inch fucking screen. But It's a really cool little game. It's really neat. I like it. It's really fun. It's got a weird little sense of humor, but like it's quite a charming sense of humor at the same time. It's like old Duke Nukem, you know. It's a weird little sense of humor, but it's kind of fun. It's not funny, but it's fun.
I remember
like
Dragon Lines vaguely off the top of my head.
Yes.
If I'm correct, wasn't a game of the like ATB games.
It's.
I'm sure
It's kind of like. It's like you know like Far Cry 6, like the newest Far Cry, where you gotta go liberate this island from a dictator.
Yes.
Right, it's that, but imagine that, but like gameplay-wise, it was XCOM. So it's like a top-down, turn-based strategy them up, but also rather than fighting aliens, you're trying to liberate an island as a mercenary group that's been hired by the ex-husband of the new dictator.
Oh, you mean like Commandos?
Yeah, kind of, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I remember it now. Commandos. Right.
It's kind of like Command. It's a really cool little game. I recommend, like, anyone out there who's not played it before, I recommend go check out Jagged Alliance.
I tell you what was a good game back then. Our class was really fucked up. You think about it. Can you remember Toy Soldiers?
Yes. Wait, like the movie Toy Soldiers or the video games?
The video games where they basically using like the
little trench fighter video games. Yeah.
Green plastic soldiers.
Yeah. Oh, they were so good.
And they were so fucked up as well because like one of the ones was like flamethrower guys walking around to see some soldiers melting.
Yeah.
As a kid thinking, cool. As I was thinking, that is fucked.
It's so fucked, but like it's also really accurate because like whether you're plastic or flesh, you melt when a flamethrower hits you.
Or the tank drives over the people and it's like seeing crushed to pieces on the ground. Like again, as a kid,
Yeah.
you think it's hilarious. Oh, plastic soldier crushed. Adult, you're thinking that is horrifying, and why am I letting my child do it?
Yes. Like it's like looking back on a lot of the games I played when I was younger. Like when I was a kid, I played video games in my living room under adult supervision. And the shit I got away with playing as a kid surprises me. Like I remember when Skyrim came out, right? Like I begged my parents for months to get me Skyrim, and they were like, "No, it's like silly money, it's expensive." No, and eventually they caved in and bought me it for my birthday. And like even today, playing it as an adult, there are moments in that game where I'm like, "Fuck, this is like fuck, damn." Yeah. Like I beheaded a man for like no reason. Jesus. I was playing that at like age 10, like while being supervised by my grandmother, who didn't really understand what was going on. She just kind of sat there watching me fuck around, do things, and be like, "So why did you do that?" "Well, I did that because that was the quest." "Right, but why were you asked to do that?" I was asked to do that because he's a bad man who did this thing." "Right. Why did he do that thing?" "I don't fucking know, Granny. I was asked to do the thing and I was offered money to do it. That's why I've done it. I don't care why he did the bad thing. What I care about is I was offered enough money to buy a house to kill him.
Yeah.
That's why I killed him. I was offered a house in exchange for it." And she's like, "No, I can't make sense." Yeah, like, so you're a mercenary. Like, my gran was always like my moral compass while playing video games. She was the one in like backseat playing, being like, "Is this the right thing to do?" And my response was always a case of, "Yes, because I'm getting given a house in exchange for doing it." She'd go, "That's fair, that's fair." Like, it sounds like I loved my gran, I still do. Even if she's not with us anymore, like it's, like, looking back on how I told that story, I sound like a complete cunt, but like, it's...
I mean, coming out my era of video gaming was like 90s. So you're talking like the Specky, like started from the Spectrum, moved on to like the Ataris, up to this Nintendos, Super Nintendos, N64s, early PlayStation, Sega Saturns, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I must admit, back then, the most controversial game in existence back then was Duke Nukem.
Because it would have been like Duke Nukem, the original Grand Theft Auto, and Manhunt. Like Manhunt was a little bit later, but like I'm still going to like class it in there.
Oh, Manhunt was.
I think that
Manhunt was banned.
I think Manhunt was like 19. I think it was like 1998 was Manhunt. I think so. It was like a little bit later in, but like still.
I mean, that was banned in several countries, along with like
yeah.
Hitman was banned and all sorts. Payday was banned. Original Payday was cancelled.
You can understand why Payday got banned. It was literally rob a bank simulator. You can understand why that got banned in a lot of places.
Do you know why it was banned though?
I'm guessing because it was teaching you how to rob a bank.
No, because one of the vans you had to steal from the heist had the words BT written on the side of it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You hired as a BT, as person worked for BT to get into the bank, and BT kicked up a fucking fuss about it. I mean, the most controversial one was original Grand Theft Auto, but even then,
I think they changed that to be fair, like for the British release of Payday.
They did eventually.
So that they could get away with it. Yeah.
They changed it and basically turned it to a black and white van with a blue jumpsuit.
Yeah. See, rather interesting though, if you get Payday 2, because it's one of the bank heists you're on about. It's one of the ones from Payday 1. If you buy Payday 2 now, like the British version of Payday 2, and you do like the legacy version of that heist, it's a BT van again. They did change it again for BT2 back to the original, like Payday 2 for to the original BT van, and no one cared. BT didn't care anymore. It was really funny.
I mean, like Dead Island, the original one, that was banned in Australia for several reasons. One of them was is one of the Easter eggs you come across is a palm tree with a rope noose hanging off it.
Mm-hmm.
Now that was banned because apparently there was a colonial flag from like I think it was China that had a palm tree with a noose on that did something horrible in Australia. So the banned it. It's like, no, that's reference to a different game, you twat.
Yeah, so it's also a suicide reference.
Yeah, and it was like Australia just went apeshit over it. Anyway, well, quickly.
You can understand why, though. To be fair,
it's Australia. They have animals out there that could kill 1,000 people if they have a bad mood and they cared about a noose.
I mean, yeah, true.
Right, you got the page up now. Our YouTube page.
Yes, I've been on it the whole time. Yeah.
Video I found because I thought it would be interesting and relevant-ish.
Yes, does Da Vinci's 500-year-old power hammer actually work?
Yes, and this is from a channel, How to Make Everything, and they do a lot of these, like, old-timey texts. Well, next one we're going to watch is this one.
Yeah.
How to put a crossbow.
I don't know what this one is yet, because it's not come up yet, but...
You'll see.
Yeah. I'm guessing it's just like the one like at the bottom I can just about see. Just does the 500-year-old crossbow work? I think that's his crossbow anyway.
Yeah, it's crossbow. No, it's the one you're looking at 500-year-old is the lathe. Do a medieval crossbow build. Basically, he goes
yeah, that is
old ancient woodworking, metalworking techniques from like the medieval period. Or like, does these actually work in modern times as a still if you build them, and are they effective?
Yeah.
And it's a good channel. I mean, you test all the old-fashioned glues.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned wood glues and test them out. And apparently, the flour and water one still works quite well as a glue.
It is a genuinely really good fucking glue though.
Yeah.
It has no right to be good, but it's fucking effective.
Yeah, you just entirely short space where we made each glue, test them, and they hung weight off and see which one broke first. And
it's like the old tree sap one, like the cavemen used to make spears, is still surprisingly good.
That's still lethal.
I like sap ochre shit. It's like really fucking good.
Yeah, pitch.
Pitch, that's the one. Yes.
Kindle pitch. Yeah.
Fucking saptar, as I prefer to call it.
Yeah, heat up saptar. It hardens like steel. So if you heat it again, it melts. But once it's set, and after you heat it, if you don't get it heat hot, you set it. It is nothing's moving with that shit in place.
Yeah, like you can make a whole ass mace out of that shit if you really put some effort in.
Yeah, and the wood glue, like surprisingly, is common to like modern like mid-brand wood glue. You know, like the £10 a jar shit. Not the really expensive product history, but
what I'm gonna do, right? It's a Sunday. I'm not working tomorrow, right? We're not playing D&D. I think that much is safe to say now. We're not going to play D&D tonight. I'm cracking open a beer because I have one beer in my mini fridge because I've not restocked my mini fridge from my downstairs fridge yet.
Well, why are you doing that?
So I'm going to drink my last upstairs beer until I restock my mini fridge from the beers that are downstairs because I'm thirsty and I've run out of Red Bulls.
Well, why are you doing that? I'm going to quickly run for a pee. Then I'll get the video played.
That is a fair plan.
So
Right.
talk to the audience.
Yes, I will do. I'll do that while I'm trying to peel the glue dot off of my beer. Shout out to my uncle Paul, who lives down south, for giving me like a metric ton of free beer. He doesn't drink that much anymore, and while my landlord was down visiting, he was like, "Oh shit, I've got a nephew who's young. He can have a bunch of free beer because I don't really drink anymore." Not knowing that his nephew doesn't really drink anymore. So I have like 2 months worth of beer supply that I didn't have to pay for. So shout out to Uncle Paul for the free beer. It was very nice of him. So I'm trying to peel a glue dot off of a can of beer. It's not going well. There we go, glue dots off. Fantastic. For those of you at home who are intrigued, the beer I'm drinking today is Carlsberg Danish Pilsner. It's a 1 pint can. Crack it open. Now, which of my pint glasses I have on hand are less likely to kill me? Let me see. I mean, that one's not too bad. That one had Guinness in it. That one, I don't know what was in that glass. That's been there too long for me to remember. We're gonna put the Carlsberg into a glass that used to hold Guinness, and we're gonna hope that we don't get ill. It'll be fine. You know, like it's fine. We'll risk getting that illness you get from beer glasses. Carlsberg. Oh. So yeah, folks at home, how are we all doing tonight? It's a Sunday night. I know we're all depressed because Monday's on the way. Where's welcome back? Where is my fucking phone? I put my phone down earlier, right? And I don't remember where I fucking put my fucking phone. And I want to check my phone to see if Mr. Rincewind or anyone else sent me a message to say anything. This is annoying. Where the fuck's my fucking phone? FatmanT, can you telephone my phone? Where the fuck's my fucking phone?
Hang on.
Oh, never mind. I have found my fucking phone. It was on a plate that had fallen. No one has messaged me. That can be confirmed. No messages, so nothing.
Yes, in my end.
Yep.
Well then.
It's good on that front.
FatmanT,
I'll give you the update. I just gave the people at home. The beer I'm drinking tonight is Carlsberg Pilsner. It's in a pint can. It's green.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, and it was free beer from my Uncle Paul. I gave him a little shout out here on the stream for giving me free beer. So I think I gave him the same shout out last week as well, thinking about it. But still, still. So yeah. Oh, that's good beer.
Ooh.
Oh. So started on my end. Just
Doing work by hand kind of sucks. Whether it's sawing logs, grinding grain, or hitting things with a hammer,
I'm still
doing
just at the bit where
actions like
I'm
this
giving
over and
a
over
pause,
again is a
telling you
huge
about
pain.
the shout
From the
out comes
perspective
before.
of industrialization, humanity's goal has been to find a way to outsource this labor and find more efficient ways to achieve them.
This
In
is
this video,
fine?
we'll be attempting to recreate a mechanism that was first sketched by Leonardo da Vinci, that was centuries ahead of its time.
Here we go, right,
as
it started,
is
there we
now
go,
used
right.
Even today, in many industrial purposes. Let's see if we can construct this device that will help with the
that's fine.
automation of hammering with a Da Vinci Cam trip hammer. With my goal on this channel of building myself up to the Industrial Revolution, starting from the Stone Age, mechanisms like this are going to be a core topic of interest. As I begin to harness other forms of energy, I'm most often going to be working with a rotational force. But for a lot of these tasks, you need to somehow convert the force of a rotating object into an oscillating movement that a lot of these tasks require. Through history, a few different methods have been employed, including the earliest known sawmill at Hierapolis, which used a slider crank mechanism. Historical chair hammers or tilt hammers often used a method with a large wheel that catches and pushes down and releases a heavy hammer. However, around 500 years ago, famous inventor Leonardo da Vinci sketched a design for a simpler and more compact trip hammer, using a spiraling cam design. Let's see if we can build a device that will help us with hammering moving forward.
First up, let's fell a dead tree that need to come down anyways for a source of some large pieces of wood, as well as some additional wood that we can use for future projects.
Big hug. Hi. Hi. Mwah. All right, we need some wood to make the Da Vinci cam hammer, the housing for it. So, found some wood right here. Let's see what we got. I'm being pretty accurate. All right, I don't know if you'll believe this, but this is the first tree I've ever chopped down, and it's kind of hard. Are you impressed?
I'm back.
Hello,
I just inhaled some.
FatmanT.
Hello.
Hello.
Timber!
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Right. Let's
Yes?
see. Yes, I can hear you.
Yep, cool.
Right, let's see if my screen share now works. It does!
Yay!
There you go, you're watching real time.
Yay! Let's put that side on mute. It's our only viewer, but that's okay. Alrighty.
Right. I would probably think because it could come to point cutting a tree down.
Yeah, I was only like 15 seconds behind you. It's fine. I know where we're at.
All right, we got the log in studio, so we're gonna cut it into two pieces. The first is gonna be a base for the anvil, and the second is going to be a frame for the follower. Get out of here.
Actually, this is laggier than the previous version was.
Is it?
Yeah. So you, like, just, like, yeah, get a wee pause and let everything catch back up to itself. Just... Alright, and then I get a couple seconds and then hit the play. I should kick it back into gear.
Apparently I have poor quality in my stream for some reason. I don't know why.
In fairness, you're double streaming it, to be fair.
Nope, it's gone now.
Cool. There you go. Yeah, hopefully it'll behave.
How's that?
Woo.
That's better, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. I am changing it a couple next week, so that's fine.
It's fine. It's misbehaving a bit, but it's fine.
Hey! Ow. There we go. We have our log. We're going to now hew it in order to clean it up. Hewing is just taking the sides off, making it into a nice little square. So I'm gonna take the axe, which I have right here, and making little V's in it.
That's a nice axe.
All the way down.
God
It's
damn.
a good way to make sure that it kind of is even on the waist. So made my V.
I want one. That's
Okay.
a nice little bearded
There we go.
axe.
There it is.
All right.
That's a gorgeous little fucking device.
Is the point where he done? Well, he's gone from like the Stone Age and he's trying to get right
Yeah.
to his resolution.
I said that is a gorgeous bearded axe. That's beautiful.
I love knowing how he made it.
Like, my god.
We got this one hewed. We're going to clean it up a little bit. It is a bit messy.
A bit messy. That's one word for it. Right?
We got
I mean,
the
fair, they use
hammer
axes for
stand,
this job.
anvil
They should be
stand,
using the-
anvil, here, hammer, drill a hole.
Human blade.
This is the hammer.
Yeah.
It's gonna go pop, 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 because the cam is gonna be spinning and it's gonna hit it while it lifts it up. It's gonna lift it up and then when it drops, it's gonna pop.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's it. A sharpened human blade might be an idea.
So that's what that kind of blade is called, and is for.
Right, we're gonna auger out the
I always
hole
wondered what
for
the
the
fuck
hammer
those are.
handle. Do
Human
about
blades.
4 or 5 of these holes.
Yes,
Well,
I've
let's
always
get
wondered what the
started.
fuck those are.
Did you?
It's a hewing blade, yes. I keep seeing them in like Skyrim and shit as like an embalming tool. And I was like, what the fuck is that? What is that for?
Oh yeah.
For stripping wood. That's what it's
All
for.
right, so the hole for the hammer.
Well, technically,
we're gonna
I don't
do
know
two
why.
holes
I don't know
coming
why
this way
Skyrim
that
calls
will
it a
hold the
fucking
axle.
embalming tool,
So,
but like.
hold the hammer, kind of rotate on that.
Cool.
I think
Check
the
this
only time
out.
says human blade
Alright,
might
so
not
we're
be
getting
the
this
idea.
anvil into this log.
Yeah,
I want the
that's
log
what, like,
to split.
I suppose
So
you
I'm
could use
gonna
it
take
to
the chisel,
fillet,
kinda get
I
some of
guess,
this
if you
material
wanted
out of
to.
here. All
Probably
right,
work. Like,
here we go.
wouldn't be as effective as like a specialty knife, but it would work.
Now we're gonna make the cam.
Thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Levoit.
Levoit is the #1 air filter brand in the United States and
No,
on
not a
Amazon.
fucking
They sent me the
sponsorship.
Levoit 600S.
Now the workshop
Yeah,
is
rub
finished
it
and
in,
I'm
why
able to
don't
use
you,
the filter in
assholes?
the
We
new
get it,
space.
you're
And
more
we'll skip
successful than us. Good for you.
Peg kind of method. Just
Cunt.
Selection systems or put on a mask. This is definitely going to be a really important tool in our workshop. Thanks again to
mask.
Levoit for sponsoring the video. Check out some of their products in the link below.
Okay, we're
Sorry,
gonna assemble
I
the
have
cam.
mask-based
We're gonna use a simple
PTSD.
hide glue peg kind of method to stick all the
2020 for
pieces together
2022,
so
we're rough
they're
years.
nice and tight. Come back in a few days after it dries and cut it.
Hand auger.
Dun, dun, dun. Nice. Nice fit.
A bit of wood glue. Get it attached. There you go.
I would use deeper pegs in that, like, but
Nah, you could build a fucking house with them pegs. They'll hold.
So I have some tools here. Gonna use them to make the shape of the cam. Made a little ruler using the width of
that.
my
It's a brick-
finger.
it's just built a brick
Very
wall and
accurate.
turned it into a
The hammer
floor.
hand will act as the
Effective.
follower and track along the cam mechanism. When it reaches the point at the top, it will drop via gravity and strike the hammerhead on the anvil. The way that
you
we'll
see,
get the
that's why-
gradual
that's why she's
increase
built
to
a
the
floor.
shape of our cam is by using our makeshift ruler and gradually increasing the distance from our axle to the end of the cam. Oh yeah, that's nice. All right,
Pretty
then
smart,
we gotta connect
actually.
this one to this one.
well, problem is,
Oh,
though,
yeah.
like, there's something invented for this. Way
Called a
back
comparse.
for Da Vinci. Yeah, which was the nail, string, and pencil idea.
Yes,
You know?
the comparse.
Yes. You know, basically all you do is make two circles. One smaller, one bigger. Then you just draw a line to the bigger one to the smaller one.
Yeah.
And that would have done your job.
Even so, I mean, if it
that.
works.
Ooh,
I mean, I know
love
she's
to
trying to be
see
very
it.
technical
Then that
at
to
it.
the final. Love it.
You know? But essentially, my idea would work just as well. And faster.
And if it works.
I don't know if that clamp she's there. The fourth clamp.
Just she's cutting all this by hand. Oh, this would have taken fucking hours.
We're gonna make a crank.
Yeah, but you know
You
what?
poor bastards.
Yeah, but you know also the quote is used on the table. It's called a hang iron hold.
Yeah,
It's basically the hook iron you put it, you just braid down the whole place.
yeah.
That actually is very effective compared to your mud clamps.
Oh yeah, no, they're amazing. Like,
What I love about this though is that's obviously inside a house because there's a drywall and there's
Yeah.
a forge going.
yeah.
I mean, he's got the window open a
And
crack, but
I was saying, he's opened the window at least, but also,
carbon
so if
dioxide.
the fire marshal came round for an inspection, you're fucked.
Also, let's
Like-
find what like carbon dioxide. I was thinking of.
Yeah.
He's obviously burned like propane.
If anyone
Basically
who
do
has
kind of
any
what I
sense of
did
common
with
sense
the,
comes to your
the
door,
base
you're
drill,
fucked.
Put a
You
kind
know?
of a Z, and that allows you to spin it a lot easier. You need something to kind of help it grip the cam itself. Otherwise, a circular thing in a circular hole is going to want to just spin. So we're going to try flattening it and putting a wedge in there that'll kind of grip it, hold the cam to it, so we can get some good force to it.
Makes sense.
But he's got some really old tools here. Right? He also has some very modern equivalent tools as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Which, like, I don't mind. You know, like, if it's just a modern equivalent of a thing they already had, I'm like, yeah, sure.
Well,
Like, if you've got like a modern ball-peen hammer, it's the same as an old ball-peen hammer, it's fine. You know?
well, the main one I'm looking at is that jig he's using to bend it.
Yeah.
Right? If he's talking about Da Vinci's era, they would just use what do you call it? A London patent hammer.
their ankle. They would have just wrapped it around their ankle because they were real men. Like, it's part of Spartan training, that pressing fucking white hot metal into your ankles to twist it round. That's part of your training school. It's fucking in Sparta, you know.
This is Sparta!
Hey, got the
Back
thing
when men
assembled.
were real
The
men.
thing. Okay, this is our Da Vinci
That's
cam
just a
hammer
sledgehammer.
without the cam. Just gonna use a little marking
That's
here. to
literally
hold-
just a sledgehammer.
Mark where I want the axle to be.
My dog's trying to be again.
There we go.
They're literally just
Alright, we're
using.
gonna drill it out
Couldn't
right
be
in the
fucked
middle.
anymore. We're just gonna use a sledgehammer. We're not building a whole ass hammer. We're just
Alright,
gonna
got the
use a
axle for the
sledgehammer.
hammer
Fuck it.
handle. Gonna shove it in
It's
here.
easier.
See if it works. Nice. Boom! 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 Perfect. Alright, check this out. It goes like this, and it works really nice. We'll see if it works the same when we introduce the very heavy sledgehammer. Alright, let's go. It fell off. So the hammer keeps sliding off of the cam. I think making the cam wider would have been a good idea because it just wants to just go to the side. And also this hammer is really heavy, so I am not very strong. And this just keeps kind of sliding and making me sad. I think with a few tweaks it can definitely work a lot better. So we'll see if Andy can make some adjustments.
So I just took a few small tweaks to actually get this guy running a little bit more smoother. First thing was just adding a second cam to this. Give it a little bit wider, a little bit more tolerance for any wiggle in the handle and landing on that. Then also added some wood pieces here just to prevent the hammer from wiggling too much. The metal crank was actually starting to bend a little bit as it was using, so I reinforced it with a little bit of a wooden dowel here. Allows it to have a little bit more strength. And also just the housing here to hold the bigger axle and housing all the way around it so it doesn't bounce out. So now
Like it's a combination.
Well,
so then I was able to try using it out for actual blacksmithing and works pretty good.
That as well, they didn't
it's a little
heat treat the
weak because it's
steel.
dropping for like a foot where not getting like a full swing. So this is probably more comparable to just swing with a smaller hammer. The obvious solution to add more power is just to increase the size of the hammer, or I could also try and enlarge the cam in some way so it drops further. I think we're at a pretty decent starting point and allow us to tweak and adjust things as we go. So then the last step will be connecting this somehow.
Again, it works, to be fair. Like, it is working.
You don't have to actually
But the effort
do it
is put
yourself,
into
and it's
using
just
the
automatic
sledgehammer.
and you save all that energy
Yeah.
and having to do it yourself. So I'll have to figure out exactly how to do that,
Like-
and that'll have to be its own
Like,
video.
it's not amazing.
If you like this
but,
content,
like,
be sure to subscribe, and thank you as
Like-
always to our
like it
supporters on
worked.
Patreon.
Yeah.
it wasn't amazing, but like success.
I mean, I think the idea is the sort of idea that if you water powered it, so you wouldn't waste energy by turning by hand, use actually something else to do it.
Yeah, it would actually be quite effective.
Yeah.
But
And in fact, what you should have done there is group the cam. Not add the second cam. That's the tweaks I would have made.
I mean, again, if it works, it works. So to be clear.
Alright.
And covering the major technologies of humanity as we work our way through history, at this point we've done a few different projectile weapons. From the atlatl to the sling to two varieties of
You made an
bow. As we
atlatl?
start to advance
Hell
further into
yeah.
history, things start to get a little bit more complicated when we start to add technologies
very
like
cool.
a trigger.
Atlatls
The
are
weapon
quite
we're gonna try
rare
and
now.
make today
That's
is
very
the
nice.
crossbow.
The
We'll learn
yeah,
a little
that's
bit
one of the
more on
oldest
the
forms of
history and
technology in
background. I
existence.
talked to a historian who just
Yeah,
written a
and
book
they're
on the history of the
exceedingly
crossbow.
rare
So
as
like
the atlatl.
many great
Yeah.
technologies, its origins
So this is
are
just
in
2
ancient
bits of
China.
wood and a
The
steel
earliest
tip.
really solid evidence we have
Yeah.
of the crossbow is very ancient China. So they're in the terracotta army has crossbowmen in it with very detailed surviving crossbows in it. So in China, it has its origin in kind of 5th, 6th century BC, maybe even earlier, and it's used well for at least the next 1,000
The Chinese,
plus
when we were
years.
still using basic
European
crossbows,
history is a bit
Chinese men
messier,
all
so we don't
firing
really get any
crossbows,
evidence for it until
Yes,
this
yes,
Roman
the
writer
Chinese were
called Plutarch's
terrifyingly
Manual of
advanced
War
people.
in the 4th century AD.
They still are,
It was
thinking
nearly
about it.
1,000 years after its invention. And then it's from then we kind of get it in the Middle Ages. And so there's a bit of a debate of, is it an independent invention? Or
I think
is it just, this
Chinese
is
had
what
cannons
1,500
before the
years worth
crossbows.
of messing around has produced?
Yeah,
Most people kind of think
technically,
of
yeah.
it as linear evolution, where you go from the bow and arrow to the
Like,
crossbow.
the Chinese
and then
technically
eventually
invented the
place
cannon
with
by
guns.
accident
These
by
weapons
inventing
are
the
used
firework.
overlap quite a bit, didn't they?
They invented fireworks and then one madman went, what if
at that time.
We stuck some metal into a firework, and then fired it at people. And then he did.
No, that's what they do with fireworks, as cannons. They just aim the firework at people.
England uses the bow, then it uses the
because they already had
crossbow,
explosive anyway, just aimed at people, just fired bolts
they
and flame
kind
at
of
them.
seem to do that. They don't completely abandon
Yeah,
but it becomes
in the process, they also,
but in
like,
other
again,
countries,
accidentally
you
invented
have
the
more
frag
mixed
grenade
use
in the process by just adding metal to their fireworks, so when they exploded with passion, with shrapnel, making their cannons even more devastating than they already were.
Head over traditional bows.
Because again, one fucking madman went, "What if, lads?" And someone let him have a go. Hear me out here, guys, right? I got a fucking madge here. Hear me out, right? What if? And then they heard him out, and bad things happened to other people.
Oh, they let him do
Like,
whenever you want. The bow is
yeah.
a real advantage. It's just way faster. Discussion around how quickly it takes to reload a crossbow. It really depends what device you're using with it. But even then, they're never as fast as someone going all out with a bow is.
What are some of the biggest misconceptions some people might have about crossbows?
But aside from the fact they're almost always used by kind of movie villains, which I think is everybody loves crossbows. One of the big myths, I think, is there's this idea that the crossbow was this easy to use weapon that could be used to kill a knight, and as such was kind of frowned upon by European society, which we do actually see this idea of like a poorly trained militiaman killing a highly trained elite was a real complaint. It's in Don Quixote actually, but they're talking about the arquebus. And it's kind of, people apply it backwards, thinking, well, the crossbow must have been the arquebus of the 12th century, and it's not really the same. It's very different.
Historical crossbows were banned by the nobles
Next up
because
is actually building the crossbow. Stuart walked
easier for a
through
peasant
the
to get hand of
components
crossbow
I'll need
and
to
fire.
make for my crossbow.
But the
and get a kill
need
shot,
bow,
then it was
Right.
the trained
sometimes also
bull.
called a lathe or a prod. You need your stock, which is the piece of wood you mounted it on. You need your trigger mechanism, what we call the
Excuse
lock.
me.
There's a peg trigger, which is a much simpler lock mechanism. Push the trigger up, it pushes the pin up and releases it. So they added stirrups. In Chinese, they often have.
That's how
they're
a
made of
crossbow
rope
works.
versus in the
Basically,
earlier
yes.
ones which would be made of metal.
They
But
are
you put your foot into
stupidly
that,
simple.
It allows you to use your legs to spam the crossbow as opposed to having to use your arms. So that's a real benefit. You're no longer damaging your bow. You're using your much more powerful leg muscles.
Thank you again to Stuart for sharing his knowledge. I had to unfortunately cut down his
Reason
interview
why
quite a bit. But you can
the-
watch the full
the
thing
hard
in
to
the link in the
do is
description. Lots of really interesting
the
information
stirrup-
there.
the-
Be sure to
stirrup-
check out
the
his
bow
book, The
end
Medieval Crossbow, a weapon
is
fit
heavy
to kill a
steel
king,
rather
when it
than
comes
wood.
out later this summer.
So it has more
Yeah.
power.
Forging the metal parts. And for that, we got a little help from AG, who at this point is basically a resident blacksmith and
Has more power.
Suggesting that I
Has
make
more power,
a
also means
for
hard to pull back.
There you go.
So they're going to be
Yeah.
sending a pretty big hand.
Like he said half of the idea and then just shut up. He didn't finish that train of thought.
In their space and allow their tools. So let's get started with the first.
It's hard to pull back,
probably most
but also
important,
means
the bow or
compared
prod.
to
This
a
is
longbow of the
5160
same weight.
high carbon spring steel. We won't be trying to make our own carburized spring
Right.
steel for reasons of
It's-
safety.
Like a crossbow will go through a plate mail, whereas a bow and arrow,
May not.
not likely.
I say
We
Yeah.
can't have that
for the size
breaking,
board you're going to
so
use.
we're going to be using
My longbow is
5160 is a
28
really reliable
pounds
spring
per
steel. It's a
square
steel
inch.
that I know really well, and we're going
Damn.
to taper our limbs
Now,
down all
crossbow,
the way.
the bow at the
We're
time,
going to
they're,
forge
like
out
50 pounds
the,
to
pod
100
of the
pounds on
limb.
average.
This is going to be the most
Back in
tedious
the medieval
process
period.
out of the entire project.
The average
because
crossbow of
these
the
two not
period
only have to be
is
perfect
something like
dimensionally
150
to hit the weights
to
that we wanna hit,
230
they also have to be perfectly
pounds pressure per
symmetrical
square inch.
across. So even
I
if we're
think
out a
mine's
little
was
bit
about
on one
3
side,
pounds.
the other side has to match
The ones I owned,
Well,
the one I owned, like my
off.
bow was
It's
about
also
3
hard to
pounds of
seal
pressure to the
move.
square inch.
It's not going
It was
to
a
move
tiny
as
little
fast as
thing
the
that did
hammer. It's
fuck
gonna
all.
take us quite a while, so we should probably get this heated up. And
It was fun
get
though,
at
it was a fun little thing to play with, but it was not, combat efficient.
That, by the way, that bow's going to break in half.
Yeah?
He hasn't treated it properly. He just hardened the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
So next
I mean, it's spring steel in fairness, so like, it'll probably still work, but
so we got a stock
that's not how I would have went about that.
Going to
No.
flatten it out first and then wrap it around to make the loop shape.
I would harden the edge, but I would harden it, but I would heat treat it to get a soft core, so it didn't snap.
Yeah.
rolling this into a ring, and then we're gonna forge weld it.
Like I said, like, I'd definitely be hardening the edges out, but I'd leave the center just as is, so that it can actually, bend like it's supposed to.
Thinner here, we're gonna reduce the likelihood of a cold shut, and with this extra surface area, we're gonna get a much stronger weld all along this surface.
I'm assuming this is the
because
stirrup
this
he's
has to
making
hold
right
when
now.
we're
I'm guessing,
stepping
yes,
down
he hasn't
on top
explained
of it,
what he's
drawing
making.
the crossbow back.
Yeah, if this is the stirrup, then like, yeah, absolutely, you can like just heat treat the whole fucking thing. Just throw it in a barrel of water, it'll be good.
Yeah.
So now we have this piece of 01 tool steel, and out of this,
Yeah, that
we're
looks
going
like that's
forge
gonna be
a
the stirrup.
flat spring bolt
That's-
hold down. This will serve two
Right.
purposes on our crossbow. The first is in case the crossbow is to tilt or tip, the bolt won't actually fall out.
Can I just
and you
say,
don't have
by
to
the
worry
way,
about keeping it perfectly level
I
before you
think
fire.
I have a new
Second,
favorite
because
thing
we're
on the
using a
planet.
pinlock
What's that?
mechanism, this will actually
Homosexual
let the
blacksmith.
stop so the pin can't come up from
I was waiting
underneath
for
it.
This is
So we're gonna
this
get
is my
this
new
off,
favorite
and we
thing.
are going to forge it flat, and by
Like-
flat I mean around a 16.
Like, you remember like those old cooking shows, right? Like Cooking with Coolio and
Yeah.
fucking like that, just a shite that was on at 2 a.m. on the cooking channel.
Yeah.
I want that, but it's just this guy doing blacksmithing.
Right, 2 seconds.
Like I want that show now.
Now,
I want Forged in Fire, but it's just
the
a gay
trigger
guy
mechanism,
making
also called
swords.
The tickler.
The worst term ever made, yeah. So we have some half-inch steel heating up in the forge right now. We're going to forge that down. Pin locks are going to be pretty easy. We don't have to worry about.
Like, I'm not even being
the
sarcastic.
at the
I love
edge,
this.
So there's no sear surface.
I adore
we should be able to
this.
knock
This is
it out pretty
awesome.
quick.
Okay, so what are gonna be the steps of the process here?
First step is we're going to taper that down and draw that out. So we're going to take it from round bar
Fanboy
down to
blacksmithing.
square and have a nice long taper to form the body. So now that we have this taper,
I have a
all
new
the way
character
here,
for
roughly the
D&D.
length, what we're going to do is we're going to go in and push these sharp corners down.
Where is my-
so those
oh,
don't
yeah,
stick
broke
into your
my
hand when
fucking
you're pulling the trigger. And after we push those corners
on,
in
do I
just
have
a little
a
bit, we're going to twist in this center
Hang on,
section,
I
just
need to
give it a
find a
little
pen.
bit of
I
detail.
broke my other
And
pen.
after we do that,
Do I
or
have
even
a
before,
spare
guess
pen, or
before,
am I
it doesn't really
bugged?
matter. We can come back up here and forge in a little bit of detail so this will flatten out and swell and give kind of an end stop so you don't just have this trailing
buggered.
end on the
Okay.
end of our trigger.
You're buggered, are you?
Yeah, Fatman T, write down Femboy Blacksmith.
I've
for
already
me.
done it for you.
Thank you. That's-
Welcome
I
to
can
Forge and Fire,
confirm the
Femboy Edition. Now, what's
I can confirm that a Femboy Blacksmith is now going to be appearing in fucking DLD. That character's
Thank you
turning
to
up.
Helix Sleep for sponsoring
Is it gonna be a
today's
femboy
video.
dwarf
I look forward
or
to getting a
halfling?
good night's sleep once I know
I
have
don't
this
know.
crossbow locked and loaded for my
I'll be
personal
honest,
protection.
I'm tempted by a Femboy Tiefling.
But you know what else helps you with a good night's sleep? A high quality bed.
I'm tempted by that idea. Femboy Tiefling.
Helix Sleep makes premium
Blacksmith.
mattresses
That could
and
be
bedding
fun.
that's customized to fit your needs and conveniently shipped right to your door. It comes rolled up in a box and is super easy to set up yourself. Better aligned to your natural body shape. Click on the link below or go to helixsleep.com/HTME for up to $200 off your Helix Sleep mattress plus 2 free pillows.
I don't think I will.
Yep.
Ow.
Bill Rath,
You-
what's this
So we
in
got all
D&D
the
is?
metal pieces all forged up,
Right.
so now we gotta do
Huh?
the wood. So
You have to know what
walk
this
us
really
through
D&D
that
is.
process.
It's giving you physics for your game.
We have some rough cut lumber here.
I mean, yeah.
It's just a 2x4, but none of it's actually going to be flat and nothing is going to fit together nice. And with upcoming projects, I think this is going to be a really good time to learn some hand tool woodworking. So we have some of my planes here. We're going to take the stock down to size and we're going to carve it out. We'll go through. So the first step here is to square up our lumber, and then we can go and mark out our lines and make the stock. And to do that, we have a selection of hand planes. Put in the vise.
I'm sorry, right. I always just explain like somebody's new.
Now that we have our reference surface plane down
He sounds
flat,
very
we've
condescending.
checked it with a square.
To be honest.
That means that we can start squaring up the
Like,
other
yeah.
sides
You're not wrong.
according to this. Eyeball it, see if it's square. Now that we have our crossbow stock all squared up, one of the things that we're really going to need on our crossbow is a track for the bolt to ride in. We can just take this and track a line down. We can chase this.
I'm not
in
being
with
funny.
a
That looks
chisel.
like that's going to be
There's our
kind of
first bit of
cumbersome.
layout.
Like, I don't know. You're going to need to take a lot of fucking material out of that to make that comfy.
The problem is with using pine by looks of it, so you can't. Those ones break in half.
Me.
Both sides.
Nice.
So I don't like use ironwood. Fuck pine. Use ironwood.
I would oak I would use.
Alright, so we have most of the crossbow done now.
Birch.
Actually,
Birch
something
would have made a
that's
nice
shoot with it.
crossbow.
So we need to make
Let's
some
go a bit
bolts.
flexible,
First up, we need to
breaks,
make an arrowhead
but
for
good-
them. Previously, we've
Whoa.
done tanged arrows.
That's what that
Really
natural
good
flex tool would
but
also act
because
as
of
good
the
as
force
like
that the crossbow
like
has to shoot
suspension.
these,
You know, it would take a
we need
lot
to
of the
make
impact out.
First up, what we've done is we've taken the
know,
end
like-
down and we're starting to form a
Like what the
flat
stock
kind of
does on a
conical
rifle.
shape. was using the rounding end of the hammer.
You know, it did the same
And
kind
now
of job.
After this heat, because we have this established, I'll probably switch over to a cross
I
feed
don't know.
and really starting to widen this out and turn it into a thin sheet
I've got a medieval
that'll be
crossbow
rolled
bolt, so
over
I think
into
they're
our
trying to
socket
do.
at the end.
They use
This
basically
is all
triangle
going to be
tips.
wrapped around,
Yeah.
and that's
Not
what's going
round
to
head,
form
not
the
flat
socket
head.
of our head.
Although
And
that
this is
will
going
do
to keep
damage
going on
if that's
so
what he's
I get
making.
less
If he's
of my
making
heat,
a
so it's kind of
bolt,
important to
that'll
move
fucking do
fast.
it.
If he's
Because
making a
even
broadhead,
now,
yes,
these
they'll cut
heats
through nicely.
are way
Against
faster,
flesh,
but
against
this is
armor,
going to get down
that's
to
well.
the same thickness as sheet metal, all the way down from the half-inch stock that we started with. What we can do is we can start
like if he gets it thin enough,
thin sheet
and like he heat treats it right, that could cut through a plate mail.
Socket that will then attach
If he
to
makes
the
it right,
shaft
it'll
of
go
our bolt.
right through some plate mail. He's not made it right.
What we're going to do now is start to form the bodkin point up
What are
here.
you? Okay, he's clearly not making a
So what that
fucking
means is
bolt
we'll
then.
start to define
No,
the
he is.
shoulder that's naturally formed over the edge of the anvil a little bit more.
What
Make
the
that little
fuck is he
neck
doing?
in.
He's
And
making a
after
round
that,
tip.
we can cut it off, and we'll actually
Why?
go from this side
I
and
have
start
no
to
idea
form
why.
the point
He's doing
down.
more what they need to do. He decided to make a sleeve rather than just using the shunt method.
Shit.
I mean, they did exist, but not again, not to the 17th century.
There are hundreds of easier ways to do this. Like, why would you do that to yourself?
I don't know. There's thousands of ways you could have done that much easier to himself. You don't
Bro,
string it on
nice.
the floor.
Fucking twang!
There we go.
Straight to his boss
Tragically
sack.
breaking the first
Yep.
prod, Adrian went through the entire process.
What'd I say?
making
Oh
a
my
brand new
God.
one, this time making sure the heat treatment was absolutely perfect.
So there's a lot of trouble. I have the prod now all strung up.
What did I say would have gone happen to
Very
that?
last step
Fucking
of
twang!
tying it onto the crossbow. Like this. The process of tying it through this hole onto there.
Again, there were
And,
so many
actually
easier ways
easier
of
way to
doing
do it,
that.
but it's still going to be a huge pain. So, let's get started.
Yeah, you use sort of brace methods. You made a little plate, and you have to brace in place rather than just relying on your string.
Falling apart.
Yeah.
Alright, so we
Again,
got the
that would be
crossbow
time
all
period
assembled
specific.
and ready to fire. Haven't actually fired it yet, but we're at the range. You can give it a shot. We just measured it. It's at about.
But that actually looks pretty good.
110
Like, I thought it was gonna be
which is
quite
a bit
cumbersome.
more
That looks quite comfy
powerful
now,
than the
actually.
bows. The last few bows that I made are a little underwhelming, but this one's a lot more promising. Then for
310
comparison,
power.
a few different bows to try it out next to and see how they compare.
Looks like that's gonna be quite comfy to fire.
Pretty cool. It's
Did he
There's
hit?
a lot of resistance. Surprising how much you gotta really crank down on it to get to fire, but then it's got a nice oomph to it. Survived the shot.
Where'd it go?
Oh no.
Oh yeah. What do you think was going to happen?
The
Did it go
arrow
right
did
through
not
the
stay
hay bale?
on
It did,
the
yes.
actual
It
It
shaft,
did, didn't it?
So
He
we
fired
lost
300
it.
pounds
Yeah.
crossbow from 10 feet away.
Which are pretty nice.
Yeah,
You saw
that's-
it
that's
at
in that
once.
tree in the
It was
background
heavy,
now.
So it just kind of dipped down and kind of landed almost 45 degree into the target,
Fucking
but it
broke off.
seemed to shoot with decent force. You can tell it's pretty good success and a lot of fun to shoot. You got a bit of stretch to the bowstring, and this is all coming loose from the lashing, so you might need to wedge it in there, but it hasn't fallen apart, it hasn't blown up in anybody's face, and it shoots. So I think those are all
If
the
that
check marks for
explodes,
a
you did
successful
something
crossbow.
very wrong.
So originally this prod was designed to have a 2.5 or 3 inch brace height, so the string should be sitting back here, but under the power of this bow, it's actually stretching out. So now we're stuck here with about a 1 inch brace height. I think I have an idea though. So what if we twist it first to get the that length back, right?
Yeah.
I sat down, you held this, and I put my feet against it, and I pulled back like I was rowing.
You might be doing anything properly.
No.
Oh,
Trying.
makes the dream work.
All right, let's see where this goes.
Not doing a great job of it, but they're trying. Where did that go?
We're here
Oh,
with
in
my
there,
friend
okay.
Kyle, who has his longbow, and I've come with my recurve bow. We have a couple different limb sets for 2 different recurves here, actually, so we can try out and see, where they compare against a known variable.
It is much, much easier to take someone who's new to archery, hand them a crossbow, and make them proficient. You can get them up and accustomed to it within a week, whereas it can take years in order to train someone to be proficient with a longbow or recurve bow.
What's the draw weight on this?
60 at 26. It's an acquired taste.
How does this compare to your regular bow?
Let's
So,
see. It's
get some
definitely
longbow, you
different, but I
twat.
loved it.
Fucking
First time
up and
shooting
down,
any sort
bro.
of
Up
bow
and
with a
down.
trigger on it. Let's see.
Let
I was
gravity
impressed.
do
I was
the
not
work.
expecting a string this wide to function as well as it did, but we were able to lob some heavy bolts, 40 yards, no problem. Had some hiccups along the
No, you
way.
didn't.
Learned a couple things. Lost
saw
a
the
couple
video.
points on
Yeah.
the bolts, but overall it was awesome.
So we got the next phase in weapon technology with the crossbow, and one step closer to the eventual gunpowder age.
I get,
I
like,
think you get into all of our
it
spoilers on
wasn't a
Patreon.
great
Thanks again for
rendition,
watching.
but it did work.
If you enjoyed this video,
Like-
be sure to subscribe and check out other content.
Like, it was a flawed version of the tool, but it functioned.
It would.
You know? It did in fact work. There were easier ways to do it that would have made a better version, but it still worked.
We're not gonna think of 100 things you could have done to make a better version of it. But
A thinner rope being a great example.
there you go.
Frankly, I would have made some metal wire to use, but
Or sinew.
yeah.
I'm on this continuing quest to try and work my way through all historical innovations of humanity.
This is it.
Work
This is
my
the
way
Chinese
from the Stone
machine
Age to
crossbow.
the modern age. And right now,
It's
I'm
a
just on the
beautiful
cusp
weapon.
of gunpowder with the
It's a Gatling crossbow.
a very crucial ingredient. But before the invention of gunpowder, you ever wondered how good of a gun-like weapon could you make? I wanted to dig a little bit deeper into pre-gunpowder weapons and see how good of a basically machine gun-like crossbow you can make. This is a really common trope in a lot of different forms of media, where you basically have a crossbow that is in the place of a gun. And basically in a lot of media, it's a stand-in for a gun in the time before guns were invented. I think is most interesting is that there's historical existence of this item. It dates back to roughly 300 BC in China with the Chu Konu, and used a really unique design to allow you to draw and reload a crossbow in one motion. However, they ended up having a lot of drawbacks, preventing them from really having any wide-scale use. Because of their design, the draw strength of them wasn't that strong. It also was a bit more awkward and bulky, so it was rather difficult to aim. So this found very limited application. However, some later designs did make some improvements against these setbacks. Large versions will be mounted.
Using that bit of the movie was an asshole move, right?
Yeah.
Those things, although the handheld one was designed, again, it was designed A for the nobles and to be sat on top of a wall firing down.
Yeah,
Not standing in the
it
middle of the field.
wasn't the designer's fault someone used it for a thing it wasn't meant to be used for, you know? That's like saying iPhones are shit because they're not good at breaking car windows. It wasn't designed to break a car window.
But yeah, they are shit.
I mean, yeah, you get my point,
Yeah, so the word was designed to be a siege weapon. Again, not very powerful siege weapon, but it was mainly a case of put as many arrows out there as possible, because the Chinese didn't have very great armor.
As well as, if you fire it down, even if it's not got a great fucking firing strength, gravity's gonna do a lot of heavy lifting for you if you're firing down.
Basically, you stood on top of the build like battlements, aimed aside as an arc, so you know the range of it, so where the people are, and you just crank out arrows at a rapid pace. You basically got a hail of arrows just falling down to the enemy troops.
Like, it's gonna work, you know?
And you don't kill anybody. It makes them A, stop, slow down, and put the shields up.
Yeah.
Which means they're now moving at a slower pace, because they're blocking from above. Your arrows, where you peel actually in the wall, can actually stop taking sniper shots off.
That as well is, like, it's gonna fuck their morale a little bit, because, like, you know, there's, like, 10,000 arrows every 14 seconds hitting them. They're gonna start shitting a brick a little bit.
Mounted on stands, such as depicted in this Korean painting. With the stand, it's easier to operate and aim, and with a larger size, a more powerful draw strength is possible. So I think that's going to be my goal. Let's just make a pretty
good snap.
one. But to get a little hands-on inspiration for this device, I did see that you buy your own model of it on wish.com. So that's what I did.
No, I bought it.
It was a little bit smaller than what I expected. The website made no mention of its size. Kind of like a toy to shoot toothpicks, apparently. The overall design is...
Nah, to be fair though, that's still kind of cool though.
When you draw forward, pulls back, and then when you release it, it both fires it and allows the next shot to drop down, which then when you draw back, it fires that one as well. So step one is going to be making the stock of the body, and this is basically what holds everything together.
I'm not going to buy one, but like it's a cool thing. Like you could definitely put that on display and be like, look at this cool thing I am.
In fact,
Starting first from a decent chunk of wood, these steel-hardened
Like,
sizzles
I'm not going to buy one because like I don't really have that much interest in a small crossbow. If I'm buying a crossbow or making a crossbow, I want something that can kill a man. But like,
as to reframe myself, I'll probably build one instead.
yeah, and like I said, I'm gonna make a full-size one that can kill a man, as opposed to lightly tickle a man. You know, like.
He's using this crossbow, right? It makes sense. He's using what's called like lamp.
Then using the hand auger, we can start the hole.
Yeah.
With the
Where he's
bowl
laying
going.
thickness of wood down and using ammo fat to lube them.
And then the last part will be
Make it
carving in
fireable.
a channel for the upper portion to slide down.
Like it's a smart method. It works.
It works and it's very smart. Problem is it
Next,
don't last
we
too long.
need to construct some sort of stand
Yeah.
to hold the body.
You know, it lasts about maybe 1,000 shots and you got to replace the bow. Now, no people think it lasts a long time. 1,000 shots, yeah. Considering that thing's full of like 30 arrows, it's
like
about hours worth of firing in a siege. You know, again, props for being rustic. And these endeavors.
using, like I say, like using like wooden nails and shit like that. Like I like it.
But at least
Do
try and
like
make
double
something-
pegs.
At least try and make something level, Nate, at some point.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I mean, come on, I know the guys back
The
then were a
next
bit
step is
rough.
going to be this upper portion, or kind of
Right,
an arrow
but
holster.
they-
This is going to be the device that holds the actual arrows and allows them to drop down.
They did have
to be able to
sesquiers.
slide back and forth on the
Yeah.
rail. The way carved
It's an
in the
ancient
stock
tool.
Slot here
That is
for the
Romans.
bowstring to go into, including a notch that it gets stuck to. So then when the whole device is pulled back, it fires.
First, we'll start with the bottom of it. That will be the sliding part that corresponds with the notch we carved into the stock.
What notch in the stock? Why you stuck up a notch in it?
Then, putting together
We'll
the
find
sides
out.
for the box.
Everything should be contained in that one box unit at the top.
We'll find out. He has a plan, FatmanT. Don't worry about it. He's got an idea.
Don't worry about his
It's gonna be a good idea. Trust me, it's gonna be genius. It'll work.
Sandpaper was a thing!
Yeah,
Next,
but it was a very
the
expensive
drop.
thing. Your average craftsman couldn't afford it.
No, they have to craft it when you use sandstones to do the job.
He didn't have a sandstone on hand, so he used what he fucking had on hand.
What, nothing?
He didn't. Yeah, he couldn't be bothered to walk to the local market and spend 5 florins on a new sandstone, so he used what he had. His hand.
Oh, come on. You're not telling me you couldn't have like, just smoothed those out a bit better.
Easily. Very easily, with a chisel. Fuck, I could have forged my own file to use.
Yes.
It's not hard to make a file. It's literally an ingot with some grooves cut into it. It takes 10 seconds.
mean, I know people think like, oh, old rough. No, old, yes.
Alright, so now it's
no,
time
had
to
pride in
do
work.
the prod or bow for the crossbow here.
didn't
For
work for
our more
council.
traditional one, we got a European style, which used a forged steel prod. Wasn't traditionally
Take it your
done
locals are a bit
much
shite, I know, I fucking...
east. Instead,
they have
they
visual
often did
screwdrivers
a
and hammer.
recurve bow or
Yeah,
bamboo.
yeah.
I did make a recurve bow before.
But like
but
my
it's
dad,
just,
actually, fucking...
pristine
I don't need a
now. So we're
screwdriver, I've
gonna
got a
use
hammer.
Bamboo.
Yeah.
Have
I knocked the nail into the
Drill
wall.
it?
different
No.
split bamboo here.
Punch
Require
it
a bit
in.
of finessing to get the right amount of draw weight.
5 council, the only
Generally,
council in the
these do
world
not
that'll
have a
fucking
huge
put
drawstring.
screws into a
Probably
nail
because
gun
you
and
need
expect
be
it to
able
work.
Do the reloading motion all at once. Too heavy of a draw weight probably
Again, I'm
hinders
constantly
that.
putting the
Just because it's
grooves
going to
built.
bundle them together at
Since
various
everything's
lengths
contained to
to
the firing
offer
lane
enough
and everything else is
resistance.
built into
Put
that
it
box.
in the hole we put inside the crossbow.
I think I see how he's doing it, actually.
He has large ones, so I'm good worried there. So you're supposed to put some oil, like, or ammo fat in between those layers, mate. So they don't break.
Nah, hang on,
Thank you
actually.
to the sponsor of today's
Don't get me wrong,
video,
that's gonna snap,
Levoit.
but like...
Levoit is the number.
I think I see what he's going for, actually. Don't get me wrong, that shit's gonna snap immediately, but like...
I know he's going for, and the technique's correct. Only problem he hasn't done is he's supposed to put like, a layer of like lard or animal fat in between.
Yeah.
So the
No,
blades
like,
slide.
I'm not even talking about like the fucking, the bow part. I mean like with the groove for the arrow.
Mhm.
I think I see what he's going for. Like... It's an archaic way to do this, but I think he's actually onto something.
We'll see.
Like, he might have just stumbled ass backwards into success.
I doubt it.
Check out some of their products in the link below. And then the last piece we need is the actual lever that connects the two devices and is what is basically the firing mechanism. You can make mine out of steel, so it's a little stronger.
No, okay. Yeah.
See what I mean?
excited for
Everything,
that.
if you go to fast,
Yeah.
everything's contained in that box unit. So there's no need for a groove anyway.
No, I think I see where he's going with this.
What they're producing steel.
What is he doing with this? What?
I don't know.
Now that you mention it,
He's trying to make the hand. He's making the hand out of steel for the firing trigger.
why?
I don't know why, but yeah, that steel's too cool to use. And again, he has heat treated, has he?
Lastly, we'll need our
This
ammo.
is why he hired the homosexual
We'll basically
blacksmith.
use the same design as the previous set of bolts we made for the regular crossbow, except with some larger shafts to attach them to, which we'll attach by heat setting them.
Oh, don't.
Setting works, to be fair. Like it's not a terrible method.
It's not, but for what he's planning on using it for.
Yeah. It's
Then let's put the last few pieces together. And
if
see
he was
if it
putting a handle on a sword, sure. But even then, if I was gonna heat set like either a crossbow bolt or a sword handle, I would be
Right. Again,
putting a tang on it and burning the tang into the wood.
This one just got to put
Rather than
onto
Okay, I understand what
what he's done there.
here, and then we can
It was
see
stupid.
if it
Yeah.
and how well it
I
fires.
understand.
Just give it a shot.
I said he's kind of onto something. That's gonna snap. That didn't snap.
Drawstring.
Wow. Twang. I'm waiting to hear it twang. Fucking.
50, 65.
Ah, sweet.
What do you think?
Saving for over 50.
That's
so
65 Newton tons.
pretty good
Yeah.
actually.
5 pounds.
This is out.
It's yeah.
And
I keep forgetting I'm like the only cunt that uses a Newton pound reader.
There we go.
So he's built a bottom groove there in order to slide the base that top unit entry. Like a trap.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we're all set now. It adds.
That
more
actually makes sense. Like
handle
that was
thingies here to help push the
almost
string
a
out,
smart
but it
idea.
Looks like it's
Except
all
the
set
only
to
point we need
fire
that
now.
track is right at
Got
the very tip.
decent draw strength to it.
Yeah.
So let's take it out.
And what we should do is use a
fire
brace
in
point.
some stuff.
Use that as a brace
See what we
point
can
to
do.
brace and
So we'll
put
just
up
start
the
with
fire.
one for now. There's a chance it might clog. Go back. Right in the head.
That worked.
It fired.
Hey!
It worked. Got him right in the head. A misfire there.
Because you need the
I
wind
think
arrows
that's
on
the
top
biggest
of
issue I
the
see is they slide back, so it doesn't hook onto it. So I probably just need to put a little block there to stop them from falling back that far. So probably that's the only issue I see. And then it should fire. Oh, hit the tree. Definitely got some penetrating power there. And we lost our head. Alright, so I got a couple tweaks here that should hopefully get things to line up. So we got 2 boards on the edges, we kind of wedge it into the middle and just one at a time. And we have this block at the very end here. Should stop things from going and dropping in past the drawstring. Yeah, hopefully that should work out. Hopefully we can start loading that with a few more arrows. A little bit of alignment issue.
This is why her breast points at the front for.
The tip stayed up and it's just rammed into here. 2 tried to go in at once and that wound up with it tilted up. So then when it released, it just jammed it to the front of it, not out the hole. A few more tweaks. Got some shims in the front there to kind of force the arrows.
Given what he's working from,
that's the last issue here, and
like given he's building this based on a small model, like rather than like a historical blueprint, he's not done a terrible job. Like,
We haven't done... It's not the worst build I've ever seen of one.
like it's not the most effective thing I've ever seen someone build, but like, it's just a recurring theme with this guy's channel. It's like, it's not a great build, it's not a great example of the thing he's built, but it does work.
It's a case of that'll
It's like it's scuffed as fucked, but like it functions. Like task complete, I guess. Like you successfully made it, but it wasn't a great example of what you made. You know, that it's not the best rendition of this technology, but it is a rendition of this technology.
It's a big boy.
I think Scrappy Challenge had 2 weeks.
Alright, so it took a little bit of tweaking, but I think I have this guy all set and able to fire repeatedly now. Fun device to shoot, and it packs some decent punch. I'm very satisfied I was able to get at least 60 pounds of draw strength with this. That puts it in the realm of a kind of a standard crossbow, a little bit on the low end. I think 100 pounds would have been really ideal, but the fact that it stood up to this and it's not too hard to pop and everything,
200
I think is a good sign that I can actually increase it. And the advantage of doing it with the bamboo is it can just add more layers for more resistance, and it kind of makes it a little bit more adjustable. As far as I can tell, this is a pretty accurate recreation of the one depicted in the Korean painting with the naval armament. And I'd have to say, I think this would make a pretty effective weapon to use in an actual war. Once it was tweaked and ran a little bit smoother, able to get a pretty decent rapid rate of fire, and with the increased size and on the mount, I was actually able to aim it pretty well. So I think in a stationary conflict where you're like stuck to the bow of a ship, this is a pretty effective tool. But this is just the first iteration, and
it would actually be pretty good for naval combat. Yeah, he's not wrong.
Even further, because this is not really a machine gun.
You like to act like grape shot, taking out sails and sailors.
Yes.
So
it's not going to be great for doing hull damage, but like fucking up the sails and like crew members.
A lot more sophistication.
Wonderful tool.
And for that, I've been talking to someone who's kind of an expert at this, of George from the Slingshot channel, who has made a few different versions of repeating crossbows, including the normal size version of this. Of course, he uses slingshot technology and elastic bands, which were not invented until the 1800s. So to try and do this historically is gonna require some extra challenges and a little ingenuity. So I'm gonna consult with him, try and get some advice, and try and make this a fully automatic machine gun. Thanks again for everybody for watching. This is one of many different projects that I pulled at the beginning of the year to see what people are interested in.
Even that difficult to make that like full auto, to be fair.
Moving forward, if you are supported on Patreon, we'll be kind of conducting small polls, continuously allow you to input what projects I do and don't do. So look forward to that coming up, and you can have a little bit more say in the type of content we end up doing. Otherwise, thank you to everybody for your continued support. Thanks for watching.
If you enjoyed this video, be sure to subscribe and check out other content we have covering a wide variety of topics.
I think I might be.
Also, if you've enjoyed these series, consider supporting us on Patreon. We are largely
I've got like half a fag's worth there. It's not ideal. Guess we're going back to the vape. Alright, what vape will we hit, FatmanT? What do you think? What vape will I have a hit on? Will I have some pink lemonade? Or will I have watermelon and bubblegum? What's your vote? What do you think?
I have on doing cherry at the moment.
So this brings me to the story about the watermelon and bubblegum vape I have here. It was originally my sister's, right? But my sister came around to visit a few days ago. She got drunk, and she left it here, so it's mine now. And because of the colour of it, I thought it was a cherry vape. I've been smoking it for like 3 days now, going, this tastes really weird for cherry.
Yeah.
And this afternoon when I got home from work, I actually decided to read the fucking vape. It's not cherry, it's watermelon and bubblegum. And now it makes sense that it tastes like that. Because it's very clearly watermelon flavoured, not fucking cherry flavoured. And I'm just an idiot. Like...
Well,
but in my defense, my drunken sister told me it was cherry, so... You know, we're both idiots, basically.
Well, I've looked. He hasn't rebuilt. He hasn't done it. And that. The remaking it. And that, but I did see a video he did do, and I can't find it now. I've lost it. Because he was doing a comparison between... Hey, well, there's the axis if you want to look at it.
Okay, why not, actually? Yeah.
That's what he's doing the Dutch
Why not?
Looks like he's doing He's doing the swords, copper versus... Like the bronze...
I was going to say, I saw he did one earlier, it was like bronze versus iron.
Through the series and working our way up from the Stone Age, we've made axes of various forms and materials now. Knapped flint, ground stone, cold work native copper, and several cast in bronze. Now in the Iron Age, we have an even better material, iron. So we need to forge a new one inspired by the emerging marauders, the Rex
was that a bird edge iron blade?
Yeah, it was. Don't remind me.
Okay,
very painfully, yes, it
what
was.
What we today comes from generations of trial and error, accidental discovery, and an ever-expanding trade. We're exploring the origins and the history of some of our favorite foods of today, as well as the tools that were invented along the way to make them. My name is Andy, and this is How to Make Everything.
It really has made just about everything, hasn't he?
A replica of the largest Bronze Age axe ever discovered, found in modern-day Denmark. Today we're going to make its younger cousin that these same northern Germanic people made some 2,000 years later. Starting in the 8th century, these expert sailors would begin expanding outward and be known for raiding and pirating surrounding lands.
You know, this is something I noticed actually. I want to know if you've ever noticed this, right?
Such as the horn.
You know the axe you showed there from the Bronze Age? The Bronze Age axe, the big fucking thing.
Yes.
Is it just me, or does it look a lot like the fucking, that weird spear thing the Vulcans use in Star Trek?
the lure.
I think it's called like the OPAC or some shit. It's in like one mission in Star Trek Online. That's the only reason I remember it. It's like a weird spear, like a circular spear.
Yeah, that would appear in one episode of fucking Star Trek TOS.
Because I think it's in like one episode of TOS as well.
It is.
That thing. It looks a lot like that, doesn't it? Like.
It's in the only episode where.
Hang on, let me Google what it's called actually, because it's gonna bug me if I don't.
I think it's like a lupa. It's LUPL, something like that.
I think it's like a lupa or a lupu or some shite like that. Hang on, it's giving me a bunch of fucking Warhammer shit. Because there's apparently a fucking spear of Vulcan in that fucking thing. A Lurpa, that was it.
Yeah.
Lirpa, the Lurpa. It looks a lot like the Lurpa, if you remember what the Lurpa looks like.
I do. Problem is though, right? See his rendition of it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a.
Discord.
While we were in the Bronze Age, the last axe.
Right.
No, not that one. There's the one he showed a little bit later is what I'm on about. But
my argument here is A. That is shit.
Does it have a hole in it?
And a great big asshole from a forgeable we didn't knock out while I was forging it. While I was casting it.
Why does it have a hole in it?
Because if you want to see if I'm gonna
Sorry, he cast welded that?
hang on. Right.
Well, we were
He's casting it.
Oh my god, he cast welded it.
Right, and that is a forge bubble. Which didn't pop.
Why did he cast weld it in the first place?
Because that's how Bronze Age axes was actually made, was stone cast welding.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because bronze is soft, and it's easy to do that way.
Yeah, but you're gonna get a way less... Oh, it's gonna be so brittle. No.
Well, it's not if you do it right. But he has obviously done it right.
I don't care what material you're using or what time period you're playing with, you don't cast forge things. Especially not axes. Or swords. That Lord of the Rings bullshit doesn't work. You don't cast forge a sword.
Actually, many of times...
It doesn't work.
Many times, a lot of swords were cast forged.
They shouldn't have been, though, because they were shit. It's the worst way to make a sword. They're brittle as fuck. They don't work.
Problem though, if you steal now, if you say you're doing cast one with steel, it would work now with a high quality steel. But with pig iron,
but it won't be as effective as like actually just forging it. Cast forging, no matter what steel or metal you're using, will not make as high quality a blade as doing it with a traditional forge.
Now, here's the thing that might work.
Whacking it out with a hammer will always make a higher quality thing.
Hang on, though. Cast forging into a billet, into like a sword-shaped billet. So you have the dimensions you needed. And then, like, pinging it, and bashing out the impurities would make a faster blade. And a decent quality.
It would work, but it would only be decent quality. Whereas if you do the full painstaking process from ingot to sword, you're gonna get an amazing quality blade that will last for years.
Yeah. I mean,
No matter what extra steps you do to a forge, a fucking cast forge, you're gonna get a sword that's gonna last a year at best. And then it's gonna snap.
I don't agree, but like I say, cast forging like that, like for the swords, was done for like the general soldier.
Yeah, and it was a terrible idea.
Whereas like your knights would have got like a proper handmade weapon, but that was just...
Here in the Bronze Age, the last axe I made was a replica of the largest Bronze Age
That was painful.
discovered.
That's the one I mean, the big 12-inch thing.
That
it looks a lot like a lot pad, doesn't it?
Northern Germanic people made some 2,000 years later. Starting in the 8th century, these expert sailors began expanding outward and be known for raiding and pirating surrounding lands, where they would become to be known as the Vikings.
That's all. Technically depends on how he makes this. It'll either be a Dane axe or a bearded axe. Will depend a lot on how he makes this.
In reality, they were actually unusually hygienic and well-groomed for the era. It's likely they would have enjoyed today's sponsor.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. I don't know what my line is. Thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Historical records tell us
that's one of them Egyptian swords I can never remember the fucking name of on his wall.
On good grooming practices.
Kapesh, thank you, that's the one.
Known to keep their
They're very fun weapons.
The curved blade is
Though there
very
aren't
decent.
any records if or how they kept their
Most curved blades are surprisingly good, to be
use
fair.
their battle axes as razors. Lucky for us, Manscaped makes it easy to keep...
Yeah, that's a Kopesh.
Yes.
Sorry, that's technically a Kopesh, that's a Kapesh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the one above is the Kopesh, the one below is the Kapesh. I just remember, like, the O is the fucking, like, the thinner one.
Yeah. It's,
like,
I don't see much difference between the two of them, but apparently there was a big significance in between the two.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's made obsidian knife, sword for.
Bit of a laugh in it. I'm gonna guess Manny was still in caveman era.
Travel bags. Click on the link below and get 20% off
shave your
plus
balls.
free international shipping when you use the promo code HTME.
Alright, so I'm
Just,
with Avery, who previously helped me with a few
use
other projects.
aftershave.
We made a sword, we made a saw, we got a few other ones coming up, and today we're gonna make a
And shaving cream.
So this is a reproduction.
Protect your boss act.
If that
That's the
blacksmith
secret.
helped him make it, Femboy blacksmith,
Why is it shit?
he needs to go back to his. I hope he's still an apprentice, not a master blacksmith.
Yeah.
Of a Viking axe made by Arms and Armor. It is a lot different than what people think a Viking axe actually is. It's a lot smaller, it's a lot lighter, but there's reason for that. Viking axes would only use the high quality steel right down at the bit and use wrought iron for the rest of the axe. That way they can save their good steel and still
see now that's a bearded axe right there. It's only a small bearded axe, but it's a bearded axe right there.
He's not wrong, but he's not right either.
Wrought iron and steel would both potentially be produced during iron smelts like the ones we've done. The steel would just be the portions of the bloom that alloyed with some additional carbon. The steel bits we recognize as being the stronger metal and be separated for uses like this.
Again, he's not wrong.
Work forming the head
it's
of
not
the axe.
technically
First,
right, but he's not
We're
wrong.
going to fold the head onto itself so the initial shape will be kind of like a butterfly with a blade split on each side of it.
He's right so far. But he's burned his metal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of skill, there's a lot of like skill coming off that, but it shouldn't be. Because that's steel he's made himself and he hasn't purified it properly.
Yeah.
And Vikings had anvils.
Yeah, they did.
Look at the slag coming off that.
There's a lot of slag coming off of that, like.
And why is he... I'm lost what he's trying to do here.
What he's doing, he's making an axe head.
Yeah, but why is he doing the way he's doing it?
I mean, I agree there are infinitely easier ways to make an axe head. But
even for the time period there is.
Yeah. It's not the worst way I've ever seen someone attempt an axe head. Let's not make that mistake, assumption there. It's a decent attempt. You know, if I was teaching someone, to make an axe and, they had a bash this way, I wouldn't stop them. Because it will work.
Well, no, I would if they were using a sandstone that's not secured down for starters for an anvil.
Oh yeah, the stone thing I would be against, but the actual shaping they're doing for the axe and the way they're doing the axe head here.
Then bend
the whole hammering technique.
To make the socket for the
I'm not gonna stop them doing this.
That's too cold for that.
Then comes the challenge of forge welding the two halves together. At this point, we've been still using a more modern propane forge as I learned the basics of blacksmithing. But this more modern tool is actually a disadvantage when it comes to forge welding, where you need a higher temperature to get them to weld. So after multiple attempts, we failed to get it to actually weld. A coal forge
Excuse you?
Temperature, making welds like these might
Excuse you?
Axe finished.
Yeah, coal forge is actually hotter. Oddly enough.
No, I'm so if you're struggling to get a propane forge to get hot enough to work with flux, you're fucking something up. And it's called your entire goddamn life.
Well, probably don't have
If you're struggling to get flux to work on a propane forge, go home. Put down your hammer and go home. You're not cut out for this life.
Okay.
My god, I've never seen someone struggle to use flux with a propane forge.
I can take two guesses what's wrong with that forge.
They're idiots.
Well, sorry, three things then.
The
idiots.
Oh. Fuck, I can make flux work with a basic propane fucking barbecue.
The idiots.
It's not fucking hard shit to work with.
They're the idiots. The forge itself is not insulated properly, so they're losing 90% of their heat.
Yeah.
Or they're using very low quality propane.
Which is most likely the problem.
And they don't have the airflow set properly.
I would say, or their airflow isn't set up right.
Yeah. The problem is if you can't set up...
And this is a mistake that I'm more willing to accept as likely.
Combination of all three?
They don't... You like the tap on the propane tank that lets the propane out through the hose.
Yeah.
They don't have that all the way open. So not enough propane's going into the fire.
My problem is, if they can't maintain a propane forge, which is infinitely easier to attempt to propane maintained.
Yeah.
They're switching to coal fire, which
is infinitely more difficult to work with. Coal is way more temperamental.
The temperature is much higher. But for what they're doing,
they They need consistency as a quality over quantity. Basically, they need consistent, high quality heat versus sporadic bursts of ridiculously high heat.
So as long as they know what they're doing with the forge, you can get that right. But since he says he's an amateur, and judging by
also giving they fucked it with a propane forge while using flux.
Also,
I've never seen someone struggle that much to use flux powder.
Also, what I don't get is why did they dump the whole fucking axe head into the fire?
I have no idea.
If you're just forward roading the front, why you now risk melt damaging the rest of your work by just dumping it into a coal fire? Also, where's your high quality steel tip? That should be in there as your forward welding.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're wondering that, but I certainly am.
Yeah, I definitely, yeah. Like by this point, yeah. Like I mean, I wouldn't be doing it that well. Like, I wouldn't be doing a separate fucking steel edge. For one, because again, there are infinitely easier ways of doing this. And two, if I was doing it that way, it would be attached. It would have been attached, before the sun had gone down.
I mean,
in fact, the entire axe would be on its handle and heat treated by this point in the day.
To be honest, if I was doing this, right, and I want to do a simpler method, I would have forge welded mild steel, like the mild steel. Right, so we got mild steel core, 2 mild steels on the outside, and then put a solid steel, like hardened steel at the tip, forge it all together in one long billet, then ship that out using tap hole method. Tap and expand.
I would have either made the whole thing out of just high quality steel that's gonna take a beating, or I would have used like a low quality steel with a high quality iron to make a Damascus blend.
The problem with
and then work that Damascus ingot into my head shape.
The problem you got with that technique though is you kind of do need the soft steel at the back of the head to absorb the shock waves.
Now, see, that's the beauty of doing a Damascus axe head, is the two being intertwined with each other means the whole thing can take your full impact for you and disperse it quite evenly.
Yeah, but depending on how you do your Damascus head, you could be getting points of mild steel, which won't harden properly to get a really shit cut edge.
Oh yeah, it's quite risky to do it, but if you know what you're doing, even if you do fuck up your Damascus patterning, if you know what you're doing, in terms of when you come to sharpening, you can still get a fucking great axe that's gonna do a lot of damage.
The method he's using is correct for what he's making. The problem is he's doing it in the wrong order.
He's just not. Yeah, he's not very good at it.
Forge, I've been slowly working on it.
There we go.
He's fucked it. That's burnt. That's cremated.
I've been in the process of making my own red bricks.
He cremated it. My God.
How? Why would you get the red bricks?
What are you doing now?
He's making bricks.
Why is he making a brick?
He's making it badly.
He's trying, I guess. He's trying my fucking patience. That's what he's doing.
I don't understand what he's doing. I'm lost.
If I was teaching someone to make an axe and they started making bricks, I'd be questioning them pretty quickly.
He's not even doing it right.
What is his plan? What are you doing?
Are you testing various wet and dry methods?
Maybe? But for what purpose?
But I have a whole assortment of bricks here now. Varying quality. Definitely an art. Oh, that's amazing. Tricks seem to be...
Varying quality is one word for that, yeah? Sure.
Sticky and
go with that.
Than quality. And it's just a matter of having the right amount of moisture for it to come out, but not too moist, otherwise it starts to sloop a little bit. You don't get square bricks. But
I'm sorry.
Why are you building bricks?
Let them dry and fire them and see how they turned out.
But to get
But why are you making them?
I decided to salvage some existing brick I had access to and repurpose them.
Yeah, great idea. Awesome. Good for you. Why?
Now the question is,
for what purpose?
Are you making fire bricks?
Maybe?
Hold everything together, I'll make mortar out of lime made by firing limestone mixed with some clay.
Hang on, have we changed fucking videos?
Then I'll need one more tool to build
No, we're still watching Axe. What?
Alright, let's go back.
Weld. So
let's go back a minute.
Failed to get it to actually weld. A coal forge can reach a much higher temperature, making welds like these much easier. So to get this axe finished, I'm gonna need to fast track the coal forge I've been slowly working on in the background.
I see.
I've been in the process of making my own red bricks.
Right. Okay. No, I understand now. Okay, we're building a forge.
Okay, that makes more sense why he's making red brick, using red clay.
Yeah.
What I can't stand is why is he doing this so badly?
Like, again, there are infinitely easier ways of making a forge that are timed, like, accurate. But, like, sure. I mean, a fucking hole in the ground with a bit of piping and some bellows, infinitely easier, but, I mean, whatever floats your goat, I guess.
Maybe that's I'm trying to be like.
But the whole.
The problem with red brick forges didn't exist
now. Varying quality.
It's fine. We'll let it slide.
He's making the Viking back.
Freshly wet the mold every time.
They use a clay-based bellow forge.
Yeah.
Not a red brick coal forge.
It's fine. We'll let it slide. It's fine.
So they basically made a clay bowl. They put bells in.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Get square bricks.
It's fine. It's fine.
Varying quality.
This is maddening.
See how they turned out.
But to get things built a little quicker, I decided to salvage some existing brick I had access to.
Again, on those fire bricks! Right?
I mean, they're from a thing that gets set on fire, so, like, they'll do the job.
Yes, but that thing set on fire is a barbecue.
Yeah.
Right? So you can use standard household bricks for that. The problem is I don't think you realise is how hot a coal forge gets.
Yeah. Like, he's gonna melt his bricks.
Or watch them explode.
But again, they'll function for a while. They'll do the job for a bit.
Yeah, to get red hot shrapnel in your face.
Yeah.
This is like house bricks.
That's literally just house bricks, yeah.
Put everything together, I'll make mortar out of lime made by firing limestone mixed with some clay.
Huh?
Then I'll need one more tool to build it, a trowel.
How about fire bricks?
Trowel.
So basically,
making a trowel now, okay.
I really need to make an anvil soon.
Alright, for the record, that's not... You've made a... A, you've broke your rock, and B, you're making a spear.
Oh, he's just making a trowel eventually. He's just arsing it.
He's making a very bendy spear. What are you doing? What is this? Other than utter shite.
Cracked handle. Oh yes, this building gets a wooden fence!
Oh, it's a masonry trowel, I see, not a digging trowel. That makes a little more sense now. Right.
That is ugly as shit.
The chimney will eventually go.
That's still shite, but that makes a little more sense, right?
He's gonna burn his house down.
And smoke, and then
yes, literally, yeah.
Got a scrap piece of metal.
He's gonna blow that wall through, for one.
Bricks, and that'll be kind of where
that's
everything
wood.
actually gets heated. There'll be a pipe with
yeah.
bellows.
He's got heat shields.
This will extend out to about here.
And also, when those bricks explode, they're gonna go through that wall.
And
he has no idea how hot a coal forge gets, does he?
A little crooked.
Not a fucking clue.
And why haven't you cleaned those bricks?
What is that? What is that?
Oh, I just saw that, hang on.
But I think it'll work.
I don't know what he's done to his mortar, but it wasn't correct.
Oh dear.
Limestone mortar should not be that fucking dark.
Do you see them bricks?
Yeah. We're not gonna talk about that. We're gonna let the audience at home discover why that's a mistake on their own. Again, I don't know what he's not waiting for the motor to set before going to the next one. It's gonna be so uneven. That's gonna be rickety as fuck. Like, I know this guy is not a professional stonemason or anything, But Jesus Christ, go on the internet for 5 minutes and watch someone who knows what they're talking about do it first.
Coal I collected in our video from last month and start forging the historically authentic way.
You are not.
Are those wooden bellows? Is that a handmade wooden bellow?
It is.
With the new forge finally reached a high enough heat.
Points for ingenuity, I guess.
And he just burnt his
Now I just need to weld in the piece of steel.
Yeah.
To the blade.
Why? You fucked steel. He's fucked it.
Clean it!
It's a waste of steel. What are you doing? Stop.
He's not getting hot enough.
Take a wire brush to it for a start. To clean the slag off it.
Oh, it's fire going. Not very smooth fire, but never mind. Oh, that's ugly. Oh! Oh!
Oh my god.
Easy laminated already.
Trying to weld two different types of metals together proved to be a challenge. We kept
You're
burning the
using
steel
so
shorter
much
and shorter.
flux.
After numerous attempts and having to switch to a new piece of steel, eventually got a weld that stuck.
And going through more flux than I've ever seen anyone else go through on a single fucking project.
See, part of your problem here, mate, is one, you didn't clean your edges.
Yeah.
Two, you're using a sandstone, which has some give and bounce to it, and not secured. So, half your shock is reverbing back up, and it's not getting the proper impact you need to forge weld. Secondly, you're not heating up the areas you're supposed to heat up properly. With that forge, you built your forge weld too small.
He's also just... It's using so much flux. You don't need to use that much flux.
Second thing, you burnt your metal. That slag coming off should not be coming off like that.
Point whatever number we're on now. Like, if... your fucking steel tip isn't even aligned. That's not how you get that shape onto it. My guy.
Another thing is you're putting a lot of pressure into that bellows.
Yeah.
What works better is long, slow push draws. Get as much oxygen in one shot as you can. Not as far as how fast can I pump this. You don't know how to use the bellows correctly.
Like, just...
Next,
Christ.
it's quenched in oil. This helps strengthen the steel on the blade.
Yeah, but it's not what you should have quenched your fucking
The last step is to temper it at a low
iron
temperature,
in.
which helps reduce the brittleness of the steel. While the blade tempers, let's make the handle.
You should have had an oil bucket and a water bucket. Quench the steel tip. You quench the steel tip in the oil first, then you throw the rest of it in the water. That will give you a much harder axe.
No, he hasn't heat temped it properly yet. He hasn't hardened the edge yet.
Yeah, he didn't even get it hot enough to really attempt to fucking quench it yet. But you know what?
Our old one. They just started their own YouTube channel, so check out the full video of their build in the link in the description.
Why are you getting a what do you need a drawing knife for?
Draw knife.
Yeah, for what purpose? Don't say fucking drawing.
Technically, that's what's going. It's using the human knife. Same thing. Smaller.
Even what? For? Need one.
To make the handle.
Use a chisel.
So folks, more work on building a forge and a hewing knife.
Besides helping me with the forge, Adria also made me a custom draw knife.
It's actually quite a nice little knife. That's quite a nice little hew knife. That's quite pretty.
Also lent me this shave horse to help hold the handle while we shave it down to make it nice and easy.
Like, A, you could have done this with a chisel. B, you could have used one of your bronze axes to do it. Like, yeah, it would have been slower, and it wouldn't have looked as nice, but like, it would have worked. You know, like, Could have done it. Oh, please cut that filthy fucking edge off that. Please cut that. Thank you. Thank you for cutting that filthy fucking edge off that. No, he did. He's like, I meant off the handle. Those filthy edges. He's cut them off. Beautiful,
man. Now, to test it out, I had Lauren go and try out the new iron axe compared to our 2 previous Bronze Age axes.
This is just the regular bronze.
That is so
we'll
scuffed.
Give it a little, 3 chops. We got 3 on the board. If anybody wants this, DM us. Oh my god, sorry.
Nearly killed the man.
Okay, that was pretty cool. Hey. Oh god.
Well, one thing, that's a one-handed axe.
Yeah, this one is like
It's
pretty effective.
It's gonna work way better if you just one-hand it.
This is nice. Okay, for this bronze guy, I'm just gonna do 1 chop, see what happens. Alright, so this one isn't very deep, more of a wound. Now moving on to iron.
Oh my, give me that. Give me the axe.
Alright, so that one's definitely
Hand me the axe,
deeper.
step aside.
Whoa!
Let someone who knows what they're doing test the fucking axe.
Now
Jesus
stop it,
Christ.
give it a good throw. You better get out of the way, Andy.
Like, I don't care how low a quality you're actually using. If it's taking you more than 2 fucking chops to get through 1 stick.
Alright, that's my first try.
Why are we throwing axes?
Alright, we're gonna try the iron boy.
Right, but it's not. The axe wasn't designed. The axe, like, this iron axe was not designed with throwing in mind.
It's a bounce correctly.
This is not a. It's not a throwing axe. It is a chopping axe. If you wanted to test it for throwing, you should have designed it to be a throwing axe, not a chopping. What is this? What is this madness we are watching?
Alright, so here we have the completed Viking axe. Alright.
What is this tomfoolery?
Fuck.
That's gonna snap off.
You got D-lam there, a D-lam there. That metal's burnt.
Look at that forge weld, man. That's so
all over there.
fucking bad.
And he had help from professional blacksmith for this.
Jesus Christ. I could do better.
The edge's not even made carved properly. I'm curious now.
That was a waste of metal.
Right, I'm curious now.
And a waste of fucking flux.
Right, I'm curious, right?
Like, you cast an iron sword. You can, but you fucking shouldn't.
I'll get that one later on. But what I'm more interested in is I want to say this. That's burnt iron. There we go. Iron sword versus cast bronze sword.
I mean, the forged iron sword is going to win every day of the week.
In our previous video, we were able to get ourselves from the Bronze Age and into the Iron Age by smelting raw iron ore we had collected in a bloomery and producing a bloom containing metal iron. This puts us at...
He did not use the Dr. Stone method for fucking iron forging.
Yeah, apparently he is.
Did you ever seen Dr. Stone?
No.
It's an anime where he basically ends up in the Stone Age and takes the stone from the Stone Age basically up to making cell phones within a year.
Mm-hmm.
And well, it talks he uses a bloom method, which is basically what he's doing there. Right? That hang on, where's it gone? Fuck's sake.
The big fucking chimney thing.
In our previous video, we were able to get ourselves from the Bronze Age and into the Iron Age by smelting raw iron ore we had collected in...
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, that's... You know what though, right? Points, right off the back, 'cause like that's actually a really smart way of doing a bellow. I don't dislike that bellow. Like that's actually pretty intelligent. I'll give him that. The rest of that I hate.
Now,
like everything that isn't that bellow, I fucking despise.
Right, the dung chimney is accurate.
Accurate, but I hate it.
The bellows aren't.
No, they're intelligent. They're a great idea.
Yes, but they're worse than the
very intelligent. Not accurate, but you know what? It's a smart, like, it makes sense, because it is materials that at the time you would have had access to.
When iron began to emerge,
so I'll allow it.
The previous
I
main
will
metal of
allow
choice, bronze. One of the main drivers of change was warfare and the ability to manufacture weapons from a more plentiful ore source. In today's video, we're exploring what that early transitional period might have been like when bronze and iron technologies would inevitably face off against each other in the battlefield. We'll be exploring the unique and different manufacturing methods required for both bronze and iron, and then put them to the test against each other. Will one hold a significant advantage over the other? Let's find out. My original goal was to try and make something out of the iron bloom at the end of the video, however actually working with the iron bloom proved to be difficult.
Too soft. Watch me. Watch me.
Only having a vague clue what I was doing, I enlisted some help from some more experienced blacksmiths to see if I could forge anything out of my iron.
Hi, I'm Joe Marcello. I've been a professional sword maker, weapon maker, historical reproducer for the last 9 years. I have a lot of various passions. Most of them involve metalworking of various sorts. Happy to be here helping, making some, how to make everything.
I'm Adrian Noland. I'm a bladesmith, not quite as experienced as Joe, and I am super pumped to be here helping out making a sword.
Yeah. Wow.
First up, a spark test to see what is in my bloom.
I guess we'll just go down the row.
The fact he just said he's super pumped, yeah.
Anytime we got the sparks on there, it's showing where the carbon content is. So you've got a pretty low carbon bloom, but there's a little bit of steel kind of hidden in there. So I think once that's all consolidated, yeah, you'll have kind of a nice chunk of bloomery iron.
The difference between iron and steel wasn't known until later in history, but both compounds are actually alloys of the elements of iron and carbon. The different percentages of carbon are what make a large difference to the properties of the metals, and are what separate wrought iron, steel, and cast iron.
How are you telling the difference between the iron and the steel?
This is a piece of wrought iron, and this is a piece of 1080. So the wrought has a little bit of carbon in it. This has 0.8% carbon. So iron gives you really kind of lazy, fat sparks. Steel, you get a little bit of more of a straw color that kind of sprays. None of this was quite to the high carbon steel level, but there's a couple little sparks in there that told me steel. The bloom looked to be much more on the iron side of things. So, but a couple interesting sparks in there. I'm debating if we want to start hacking some of these apart. Yeah, I'd say crush them up, see if you get some nice hard pieces. Any of the ones that have a lot of porosity too, to see if we can separate them.
This looks like iron, right? Yeah, this isn't breaking at all.
This chunk looks reasonably easy to just start flattening out. I'd place it right in on that block of stuff in there. Forge welding is weirdly easy. It's just everything else you need to do. Like you're managing a forge, you're watching the temperature. There's a lot involved, but the nature of the process is actually pretty simple. Get it hot,
clean it off.
Eventually it'll stick together when you hit it hard enough. And it's amazingly gentle. I love forge welding, like the initial welds, just lightly by hand.
Because that would have made far too much sense.
And then you break it to the trip hammer and beat the hell out of it. Until then, it's pretty nice. Gonna just very gently try to,
So that's supposed to happen?
When it crumbles into a mass, it's definitely not the easiest to work with. We'll start with that piece.
So tell me, he hasn't worked bloom steel, bloom iron.
So that's bad. That's good.
Yeah.
But out of that chunk, we basically got that usable. So we're
You should have resmelted it.
It's interesting because there's iron in there. It's like
and
that.
then just fucking essentially scoop the slag off the top.
Too small to actually be able to really get anything out of. So I mean, like right here, it's a nice little chunk. You have iron, like it's there. It's just it's in a very, very porous stage. Definitely chunks all around that are going to be usable.
Yeah.
Getting all of the other stuff removed from it.
Basically,
this one contained a little more. So far,
yeah.
this is what we're getting of usable material. In a perfect world, you get a much larger consolidated chunk of iron in your bloom. And so then, instead of having to break it apart like this, you can kind of actually just work it down into a single piece. With this, there's so much around it. It definitely worked, it just not efficiently. The other thing I have as a recommendation is you could look up Aristotle furnaces. They're little, like that might be a good option for like redoing this down into a usable bloom to then kind of approach this later.
While successful in producing iron, it'll take some extra work in the near future to make it usable. Still wanting to explore the differences in these two historic metals, we substituted my bloom with a comparable piece of iron. But first, let's cast one last Bronze Age sword with the help of Greg, the sword casting guy. For the sword we'll be making, I made a pattern of the Now 2, one of the most important and longest lasting sword designs. Its design lasted for 7 centuries, spanning from the Bronze Age and well into the Iron Age. I'm back with Greg, the sword casting guy, and previously we cast a few different swords, including this one out of pennies.
We did get a lot of comments that that is a knife and not a sword, but ancient bronze sword experts get to decide like what's a knife and what's a sword, and they've decided if it is longer than a cubit, it's considered a true sword. If it's shorter than a cubit, it's still considered a dagger. What in the world is a cubit? A cubit is the length of your forearm. That's considered a sword, kind of just barely, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the swords were that size because swords were a secondary weapon in the Bronze Age. They were kind of a side piece, second to the spear that they were using. The one we're going to be casting today is really on the big side. That would be really pushing the limits of the technology because you imagine
that an actual correct historical fact. Nice.
It is, yes. Time and it has to get
progress
to the point before
the problem is what we forgot to mention.
And that wouldn't,
that
wouldn't be a certainty with something as long as this. So you'd really have to like master your technique to be able to pull it off. So most Bronze Age swords would be smaller than this, but I'm excited to see if we can do it.
So I had to actually make this just for this.
Yeah.
And you even have to
so you got more blades for length.
That's right, kind of Frankenstein it. I'm excited.
Get it to actually fit.
This one is quite a big one. This one is
I kind of missed part of that, but I don't like the fact you said we're gonna Frankenstein this blade. That worries me.
What he's done is he's glued 2 frames together for his caster box.
Oh no. Why would you do this?
I have no idea why he was making a custom casting box for it. Because to be honest, if he's planning to make money, selling cast bronze swords would be quite pretty penny.
Especially like to collectors.
Yes. And especially if you say, did it in the traditional fashion.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Oh my god, that looks great. Yeah. It's definitely a sword. Nice shape to it, and it is not like ridiculously heavy. Like for a sword that long, that's doable. That is doable.
Now check
and
for
you can kind of feel its
flexibility
flexibility a little bit. I mean, bronze is pretty pliable. So in a sword this long, you can imagine in battle, it's gonna get bent.
Please heat
like
treat
that'll
that.
happen. You'll get some bending. Now you can harden the edges, and you can also harden the middle of it. Kind of they bend them back and forth sometimes, and just like get some of the bending out of the way, like a paper clip that's harder to bend. Well, you're doing that with the sword too.
Lastly, to grind and polish off the surface, and before getting too far, hammering the hell out of the edges in a process called work hardening, which can greatly increase the strength of the bronze.
Basically with bronze, you've got to beat it to death to bind the because bronze is a mix between copper and tin.
So what's happening there is
I'm familiar. I know what they're doing is correct, but also there are ways that you can do a more traditional heat treat that will work to an extent.
This will likely be the last video featuring the help of Greg.
Be great, but it'll work. It's quicker.
If you're using modern materials to make the bronze, yes.
Be sure to check out his classes.
But the
he travels around the country teaching how to cast swords, and he can likely make a trip out to you. Check out his website.
Yeah, that's true.
So now we have our sword made of cast bronze. Bronze was traditionally cast because the bronze alloy has a relatively low melting temperature that makes it feasible to fully melt and pour. Iron, however, has a much higher melting point, and reaching temperatures to cast iron was out of the reach for some time into the Iron Age. So in contrast to bronze, iron is forged by being repeatedly heated above its recrystallization temperature and manually shaped.
Yeah, that's the only reason you forge iron instead of casting it.
Similar to some extent to the process of cold working I previously explored with native copper. But instead of having to periodically anneal the metal by heating it to above its recrystallization temperature, the iron is just continuously worked well above that temperature.
Yes, because
forging oftentimes produces a stronger result than casting. Let's explore the process and forge the second sword.
I will guide you with where I'm striking with my hammer to show you where I want it to be. Round robin.
Why are you doing that? Why? Why are 3 people hitting this fucking piece of metal with a hammer?
Unfortunately, working on a tight production
You
deadline,
don't need
we have
3
to speed
hammers.
things up with the
You need
help of
1
a
hammer.
trip hammer.
It's amazing how quick that thing works. Elongate that out.
I know he's trying to simulate what it would be like in
where you actually
a
get a chance to like kind of think
shop.
things through. Yeah, I'm crazy. I wear shorts when I'm
Right?
working.
He's the master. You tell the apprentice what to hit, and you have 2
Get the
apprentices
length vaguely drawn out.
timing right.
Then we can work on flaring that out and necking that down. Just want to get it drawn down to something.
Historically, yes.
Why did you
But
now?
also,
I don't know.
no. Like,
Then I will do a little
there are a
hammering
million
just
and
to
one
kind of
better ways to teach a guy how to
reprofile
use a
everything.
hammer.
Yeah. Once we start pulling it back, work on those
he's obviously
fins and the tang.
beat that too fast because he starts to bend the metal.
There's certain like refining things you just cannot do with a trip hammer. I need to draw about another inch out. Then we can start making all the fun shapes happen.
I mean, do you know why you're struggling so much to make a sword with your trap hammer?
Yeah, we can do
You got the wrong fucking hammer end on
And
it.
the tip out will be good because then we can get the full length.
Well, no, use
the
a
rest
draw
of the
point
way.
where it'll draw length but won't draw width. Very nice to show the trip hammer for is it's cold.
And also, he's got a roller hammer on it
Exit
instead of a
pass to help flatten out the
fucking
blade.
billet. You. Oh my. These are professionals.
He is. The guy's apprentice.
Even
The
still,
section we've hit
these
with the
guys
flatter,
do this
it's
for a
taking
living,
This undulation out.
and they're making such
so
large
towards the
errors.
tip still. Give me one strike right there.
A little chunky. That's one way to describe that tip. Yeah.
So he's trying to take the bends out using a flat hammer.
One strike there. One strike. One strike there. Perfect. We're getting
There
a
are,
lot of that
again,
weird washboard
better
pattern
ways
out.
to-
Trainer Ford
Turn
by
it into a
himself.
sword. It's the beauty of steel is you can kind of just move it around.
So I'm excited to get
Like-
more into steel bronze. You cast it, like it either worked or it didn't, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
Whereas
Oh,
steel
he's
definitely
cottoned on
has
to
a
the idea
little
of do this myself, it's gonna be
you can
quicker.
do in the process.
Finally.
for sure. Steel's very fun. I enjoy playing with it a lot.
So steel, it's
Take
iron.
Draw the fins out. At least draw them a little bit, and then draw the rest of the tang out. That fin
Please
section is
put
not
a normal
easy to
fucking
form.
head on that hammer, my
Easier shape to
god.
cast than to forge.
That's getting there.
Yes, he does the
Use
You
the,
got that shape started.
use the correct tools for... That's a point, he's not even started his tang.
Oh, he's doing it now.
Thank fuck this isn't an episode of Forged in Fire, he would have been eliminated 20 fucking minutes ago.
But we're stacking the contestants.
Like, no, he would have been eliminated because he hadn't even finished the blade in the 2-hour time period given.
Probably from anvil height.
Like, this has been like 3 days of hitting a bit of metal with a hammer.
So light in this nice cherry red heat, we can take it and kind of bend it where we want, and that's about it. We can definitely see the similarities here.
Nope.
The cross section is just a rectangle forged down. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take it and we're gonna convex each side into that shape rather than forging in our bevels and having.
Could
it
you
flat
stop
in the
graffitiing
center.
the
Convex
anvil,
edge
please?
is going to hold much better at lower content.
Thank
Hold the
you.
edge longer, it'll stay a little sharper, which would have been done with files, but we have a belt grinder, and that's all there is to it.
No, I'll make him do it with files.
It's close to straight.
Right, hang on. So
What
why
do
did
you-
he
what
treat
do
the
you- what do you-
handle
what-
but not his
what do you-
edge?
What are you doing?
Is he treated the handle, but not his edge, so far? So his edge is stuff his baby shit.
Hey!
I don't know.
Hey!
Kind of rough ground.
Why?
You can definitely feel that it has an edge now. I mean, that is unmistakably a sword.
Hey!
This weighs just a little bit less than the bronze one, I think, which is pretty typical for the period of iron swords. You can see that cross section now, it's like a double teardrop. And both sides are sharp, so it's just an
Please,
arc.
Why did you
I'm begging you.
Yeah, for,
I am begging you.
for one day, that's
Put a handle on that.
more than I've ever done in a day.
Now there are two swords.
Please.
Lastly, just need to have the two
Make the
blades.
tang a tang. No, that's not what I meant. I put a handle on it. That's not what I fucking had in mind. No.
Where's the... I know what he's trying to make, but
so do I, but that's not what I had in mind. Neither's that. No.
Thanks to Greg, we now have the last bronze sword we'll be making, in contrast to some of our other swords, such as the Mycenaean one we did, which is primarily for thrusting and stabbing, or the
like, you've made a gladius.
Slashing. I kind of learned the hard way.
And I don't even think you realize you've made a gladius.
Is kind of a general purpose sword and it's able to both stab and slash. That kind of allowed it to remain popular through the ages into the Iron Age, where they basically just replicated the castings. This one kind of dwarfs all the other ones. Comes at about 23 inches, closer to 23 and a half. And then Joe and Audrey, I have the iron one that was forged. Comes in slightly shorter, about 23 inches. Weight-wise, once I polished down the bronze one, it was actually pretty close. It's only like 3 or 4 ounces more than the iron one, which is a little bit shorter and a little bit thinner. I had a little trouble forging out the little wings on the handle. Easy
both of you, but mainly this guy.
The bronze one I was able to edge harden, which kind of give it a little bit of a wobble.
I hate you for like pointing him out to me, and I hate him for everything he's done ever in his life, including being born.
Other methods were discovered that eventually made iron superior to bronze, but at this first stage, it was probably pretty comparable. So we're gonna put that to the test and see how true it is, and see how well they fare against cutting and chopping a variety of objects, and then against each other, and see what happens when they strike.
I don't have a single goddamn clue.
Gather round, children. I will tell you a story of the Great War.
Oh, aye.
Many lives were lost that day. I saw my friend die. He got hit.
I see we're trying to get whimsical with our shenanigans.
The same enemy has made a new weapon. So you guys gotta keep your eyes peeled.
I hate to break this to them, that they have got fuck all to say, and they are saying it far too fucking loudly.
Yoink! We've got some volunteers here to try out our now twos on. So we now have 2
fucking
now twos.
Yoink.
2 fruits, 2 swords. See if there's any noticeable difference, and then move on to some harder stuff.
Well, the coconut definitely caused some problems.
Boom.
After snack time.
As though cutting into a solid table.
You're next.
Yeah, there's already damage to the blade. Well done.
Well, the sharp.
You got the other one.
Not for much longer if you keep doing downward chops into the fucking table. Wow, you made a blade that can cut a watermelon. I'm fucking amazed.
Alright, so the real test, the coconut.
Coconut, this is gonna be a much fairer test. Will it go through a skull?
Yes.
Yes! Surprisingly, the bronze one didn't snap in two.
Well, depends if you hit it right.
Even the iron one hasn't snapped. There's not even that much damage been done to the iron sword, surprisingly.
Well, one question about the iron one is why has it got a rounded tip?
I have no clue.
That design of sword is meant to have a sharp tip.
Safety, I guess.
Cool. Got a stick. See how well I can chop it. Probably do some damage. Right in the middle here.
Please don't. Please.
Pretty sizable cut. It looks like a slight dulling where it hit.
Not surprised, Sherlock.
No. Really? Cut your hand off, please.
The sword, not that.
Slightly, but overall,
please let the sword bounce off the stick into your hand and just cut it off, please.
Maybe
never lose the ability to ever make anything again by having your hand chopped off.
He's really upset you, hasn't he?
Yes. This in particular is upsetting me, what he's doing to these poor fucking blades.
A little bit deeper. Got a little bit more penetrating
power. They're swords,
not axes. Now we're going to do probably the most realistic kind of trial for if someone with a bronze sword
he's going to stab his wife.
With an iron sword, and that's going to be strikes on each other. Back when we did our video with Damon, talked about with the Kopesh and such, learned some Bronze Age fighting skills. He talked about how you don't really parry with bronze because it's going to bend, it's going to fold your edges and such. So you're going to try and avoid it as much as possible, either by dodging or using a shield. And if you have to, you can use the flat side of it. We're going to do a few experiments of trying to parry with the flat side against the blade, see how well that holds up. And then we'll do blade to blade and see how much damage that does. I have faith in Lauren that she's not going to kill me.
We'll see.
Like,
dang.
Right.
I don't see a mark on here. Did you?
Even with iron swords, you didn't parry with the flat side of your blade.
Yeah.
That's a weak point of your blade. You parried edge to edge, where the hardness was.
Yeah.
Shock. You'd never parried with the flat edge of your blade. Oh, cringe.
That as well, like he's amazed, like, 'cause he got thrown way off balance by that strike.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your stance was all wrong. Like, your shoulders were not locked. Your elbows were not locked.
So it didn't scratch the
Your
iron.
gait was embarrassing.
Wow.
Of course you got thrown halfway to the floor.
Ooh. Wow. That is a gash.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yes.
Anything on that?
Bronze is softer metal.
Tip it.
Losing the edge.
Doesn't look like it.
This is...
Wow. That is a lot better than I thought it would.
This hurts.
Wow. Yeah.
We put a nick in there. I don't even want to look at yours. Wow.
It's not even that much damage.
Very bent. Big gash. Ooh. You're really wailing on somebody. You could just snap their
Like, look at that.
sword.
If anything,
Wow.
Yeah. it
you've
didn't
made the bronze weapon
dent
more
at all.
lethal.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, if
It really
anything,
didn't.
that iron sword has just improved your
That's
bronze
just
sword.
2 hits.
Yep.
And
this one's
that's,
just
it's
fine.
painful that
The
your
flat side,
iron
they
sword
put a little bit more
has
of a
managed
bend
to
into
do
it.
that.
Not nearly as much as this one.
Yeah, it's hardly noticeable. That one looks like it's wiggling.
No, I noticed the bend, mate.
Alright, so
Yeah,
the end
it's
result was
a
not
very
what I
obvious
expected. Everything I
bend.
read said that these guys should have been pretty comparable. They had a similar penetration and sharpness. Everything we were able to cut through, they did pretty similar with. So it was really when they went up against each other
Sure
that
they
the
did.
main differences came out. This guy is pretty beat up. Some pretty major nicks and bends. And if you were up against an iron sword and they were just wailing on you, and you were trying to protect yourself, it would not have been hard for them to just break all the way through your sword, and then you're toast. If
Yeah,
someone with bronze
sure.
technology
But you wouldn't be doing
went
that
up
with a
against
sword.
someone
It's
with
a sword
iron
fight.
technology,
Not
it does
sword
seem that
beat
the
the
iron
shit out of me.
had a very definitive advantage.
You-
And
be
Tell you what, pal, you want
work of anybody.
You want to lend me one of your
So
bronze
welcome
swords?
to
We'll put that to the
Iron Age,
fucking
and,
test, eh?
Thanks for watching. Thank you to all
Like-
of our supporters on Patreon. Be sure to check out.
I'm saying is like you can put any blade out of anything, right? You put it in the hands of someone who knows what the fuck they're doing, they'll make it work. Like, you could give me a bronze dagger and put me up against someone made using a fucking Damascus steel greatsword. If that guy doesn't know how to use a blade, great or otherwise, I'm winning that fight.
Series is a dramatic forging of a sword. From both the original and remake Conan movies.
Oh, they're up basis of Conan the Barbarian, are they?
This is the type of casting I was on about. The fucking Lord of the Rings bullshit where they cast a sword and it's the most powerful thing in mankind's known history. No. It will snap in 10 minutes. It's shit. Your average footman in that battlefield wielding an elven butter knife has a more effective weapon than you do for a majority of that battle. Will your sword do devastating damage for the first 5 minutes of the fight?
Yes.
Absolutely. When you're 30 minutes in, will you be doing anywhere near as much damage as the average dickhead with an elven butter knife? No. Because A, you'll be dead, and B, your weapon will have snapped in two. And that's why you are dead.
To be fair, because in the iron sword we just saw him make, by hammering it out, I would take the cast bronze sword.
I mean, yeah. Like, unironic, especially if I'm up against him, of all people.
Yeah.
Someone who doesn't have a fucking clue how to wield a sword.
I take a pencil.
Yeah. I'll take the jaggy bit off of a compass. Like, not even a full cut, just the jaggy bit snapped off the end of the compass. And I'll flick it at him from great distance. And I'm more likely to land a kill than he is with a fucking steel blade.
A new order will rise.
In Game of Thrones, they always depict an iron sword.
I forgot they did it in Game of Thrones as well. Yeah.
So today's video, we're going to put that to the test and see if we can make...
Forgot about that one.
Right, Game of Thrones, right, they weren't casting iron, they're casting steel.
Valyrian steel at that.
Right, steel you can cast, mode cast it, and make a high quality sword out of.
Yeah, but it's still not going to be as high quality as traditional forging it.
You cast it, then you'd reforge it to get to beat out the impurities, which is what they're supposed to have done. But what he's missing here.
But in Game of Thrones, it didn't show you them do that, so you can't confirm or deny that they did it because they don't show you them do it.
I can't for the Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones based on the time period they're trying to predict. Right?
Yeah, you can assume that they did
that.
But like because they don't outright mention that they did or didn't.
Yeah. Now, what he's trying to do here is he's trying to say, well, no, you just pour it in, polish the edges up, like you do with the bronze sword, and voila, steel. No, it requires some more like beating of the impurities out first.
Yeah, there's a bit more finesse to it.
Instead of casting
and
a
even
billet,
then,
instead of casting a billet, what you're doing is you're casting a sword-shaped billet to take out some of the work of sword shaping the billet. But you still have.
And even then, I'd rather just work with a billet.
You get better shaping.
Not to mention just a stronger weapon.
Castable iron. Cast an actual
I don't care what I'm
sword,
making. If it's for combat use, it's getting billet forged. Like, I'm not fucking casting it.
Times from both ancient bronze casting and more modern iron forging, and even experimented with casting obsidian. But the big thing we've always covered is that bronze swords were always cast and iron is always forged, because cast iron doesn't make a good sword. It's going to be too brittle and it's going to break. But I've always wanted to try and put that to the test and see just how
useful for making gates with, though, actually. Cast iron gates are pretty
good. Within a
good.
reset series, I want to be able to make cast iron for more traditional uses, like a cast iron skillet, and potential for future machining, such as the eventual steam.
Yeah, no, skillets as well, they're good for.
Historically, cast iron
like you can make some good shit out of cast iron, but not a weapon.
Plowshares and pots, and some occasional tools and weapons.
More like civilian use items, like tools and things.
Content, containing a higher percentage than 2%. This lowers the melting point to make it easier to cast.
It's good for certain things.
So distinctly, cast iron is strong under compression, but not.
Hell, even a cast iron hammer is going to do the job. A cast iron hammer is going to probably your best way making a hammer.
Trip out to Utah to enlist some help from fellow YouTube channels, Good and Basic, and Nate from the internet, one of the former hosts.
Yeah, that's what a hammer's literally just an ingot with a hole put through it, so like you're as well.
To try and actually make iron from raw ore, and today we're going to try and repurpose it as a cupola.
I'm fucking sorry, what did I just see?
We've done tons of smelting projects.
Kindly rewind that a little bit, please.
Tall, and eventually it became this done.
Because I want to talk about what I saw.
Trip out to Utah to enlist some
about
here. YouTube channels, Good and Basic,
just
and Nate from
watch
the internet,
this
one of the
shit.
former hosts of T-Core.
Back here in Utah with Joseph from Good and Basic. Previously, we used this structure here as a smelter to try and actually make iron from raw ore, and today we're going to try and repurpose it as a cupola and see if we can primitively make cast iron.
We have done tons of smelting projects with this thing. It started out about yay tall, and eventually it became this monstrosity to try to get a natural draft. We're shifting gear from trying to make iron.
Did he just use a rock
so the real test will be, can this thing get
as a hammer?
The temperature for smelting iron
is
around 1,750
on molten
2,000
fucking metal.
Iron needs an even higher temperature of at least 2,200 Fahrenheit. So that is going to be the main.
How does he have a hand?
Done with this, so be sure to check
Why did the gods feel the grace to bless this dickhead with the gift of having hands?
Actually melt iron and make it so we can actually cast them. We're going to try and do it primitively. This is going to be the backup option. We're going to see.
Have you built a forge out of a plastic paddle and cement?
The video is going to be on your channel, as well as how exactly you made this furnace.
Well, you put it
hopefully we can get high enough temperature.
Fire it up, man.
He's made a fucking propane forge out of a plastic barrel and plaster of fucking Paris.
Tell me a smelter.
So I'm playing in the mud to work on a mold for the frying
he's
pan.
made a tragedy. He made a mess.
Hang on.
That's what he made a mess in a plastic barrel. That's what he's fucking made.
It's got a bunch of short little fibers which basically act like rebar in concrete. But the reason why you want to use horse dung instead of just grass clippings is because A, you can use those grass clippings to feed your horse if you have one, and B, it's already been kind of fermented and broken down, so it's not going to change size and shape once it's actually in the cob. Historically, this is
the good stuff when it comes to making.
Bear in mind, right? He's digging a hole.
Kind of like baking bread.
Next
no
to
one
a
wants to eat.
2,000 degree
What I'm going to do is make a big jacket of cob, put it around this 3D printed, somewhat more high tech than my cob front.
Yes, he is.
And we're going to use that to make a mold. Don't worry, the horse poo burns away. And that's actually a good thing. It'll create air holes, which will allow the clay not to experience quite so much thermal shock. So when we cast the iron into it, hopefully it'll hold together instead of cracking and just dumping all of our precious molten iron everywhere. Okay, I think that's our mold. Now I'm just going to heat this up slowly to try to dry it out. We'll have something to pour iron into.
In a plastic. I have questions.
Do any of them involve how these people are still alive? Because most of my questions like boil down to that main question of how have you not died?
And there's digging more holes next to the fucking tower of flaming heat.
Ah, now we're just gonna fuck around and throw sticks around. Cool. Yeah, like, there's not a better plan when you're working with, you know, fire and very hot metals and fucking around throwing shit for fun. What else would you do with your time?
To be fair, we probably do the same thing.
This will go around.
I wouldn't actually have respect for shit that's on fire, because fire is ouchy.
Really successful Aristotle hearth. Yeah, that's solid. That's a bloom. Dang it.
Yeah, an Aristotle hearth. That's what we're gonna call this mess.
We got hot enough to melt dirt and not hot enough to melt iron. Well, darn. We've got primitive mold, primitive furnace. We've got advanced mold, advanced furnace. I think the winning combination is probably going to be advanced furnace, primitive. Whoa. Hello, what are you?
Just slag. Dirt turned glassy.
With a failure at the first attempt, we repaired the structure again and strategized for a better solution on the second attempt.
So this is slag from the end of my stick of rebar stuck here that has collected every time I've tried to stab through those air inlets to keep them open. Last time the biggest issue that we had yesterday was that the walls of the furnace were melting before the iron did, which seems backwards to me that we would melt dirt first.
That'll happen.
But there you go. So this time the biggest strategy change that we're doing differently is giving it a little bit longer in the furnace to heat up the metal by filling it up more with charcoal. So the metal was sitting on top of a bed of charcoal that gave it a long time to heat up. And the other thing we've been doing is being very much more zealous about keeping.
Look at that, he set his bag on fire.
I've basically been going back and forth between these two for most of the day.
He was about 4 inches away from disaster.
If we have a shot to pour iron out of this, it's going to be now. So I'm going to clear these out one more time. We'll get some PPE on. And
people at home, if you're thinking of getting into blacksmithing and you're going to make a contraption like this, please make sure you like fuck up the grass for quite some radius around it.
I mean, what Doolov there is, right? He said,
something molten.
Get some PP to like personal protection on.
That is definitely slag.
He put on a hat.
Is that slag?
That runny, gooey stuff. Yeah,
that's our idea of PPE, a hat and a fucking plastic mask.
What we've learned is that our clay is too low fire for this. We know that the inside surface of the furnace was melting multiple times. The temperature I was seeing at the very hottest point of the fire was probably enough. It was the same white hot that we see inside of his furnace when it's fully up to temperature. But I don't think our clay was able to handle it. I wouldn't have thought that was the limiting factor. We melted the dirt. Here's hoping that Nate's work.
You shouldn't have melt clay.
This is the thing, I know Nate's is gonna work because I'm very familiar with Nate. He's from a YouTube channel I watched a lot when I was younger called The King of Random. I know his shit will work because I've seen his shit before. But I am very disappointed in him for using a plastic barrel to make his forge.
No,
that's a plastic barrel. Let's not fuck around. That's plastic.
It's thin steel, but steel.
I might have half a frying pan in there. Maybe
I respectfully disagree with your assessment, but okay.
Might have an iron mace head. Whatever it was, it isn't.
There's some serious bubbling in it.
Oh, it's
This is either a frying pan or it is a disappointment.
failure. Anyone want to take bets? What % of a pan?
The wager is a disappointment.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Struggling to figure out where the pan part of this even is supposed to be. I think the sand collapsed inside it when I tried to move it. We have the pour spout.
Probably.
And this much of the actual mold. That's all. Just that.
Look at that. He's accidentally made a hammer.
Poured iron successfully. Yeah, can't really use this for much.
But first, thank you to Bespoke Post for sponsoring this video.
Not that attitude. I could turn that into a pretty effective fucking mace.
Out of our primitive copula. Today's sponsor has our back description at any time.
Get 20% off your first box with coupon code HTME20 or using link bespokepost.com/HTME20.
What is that? More cement. I see.
Same thing. Turn off the furnace, remove the lid, lift out, place down, pick up.
Nate, why have we made more cement? I feel like we might have enough cement.
I like that chunk that isn't melted. I'm concerned that it's not iron. The rest of that looks pretty good and liquid. We're gonna proceed.
Come on, Nate, you know what to do. Yeah, scoop the slag out. Good lad. Give it a start. Alright, there you go. Get the slag out of
I
it.
think more went in. I don't know about enough.
Pour your shit in. Yeah.
He's pouring too fast.
He is, but it's fine.
Let's see if we got more of a pan this time. Moment of truth.
No.
Oh, I think more, but not all.
Because you're trying to do a flat pour.
See the very beginnings of a pan.
There we go.
Again, there are infinitely easier ways of doing this, for a record.
Let's try the iconic open face sword cast.
Sufficient for our purposes, I think.
I can hear you already. Tim's stuck.
I've never poured a sword before.
What are you doing, you chuckle fucks?
That might turn into a flipboard.
Seems like on cast.
The handle didn't really want to connect.
Job.
It's got like pox on it.
I'm surprised at the color. One of the things that and others have complained about in movies is that the color they show couldn't be iron. But if you're in a bright environment like this, it looks colder than it is.
Yeah.
It was pretty orange when it poured in.
Yeah, orange, not yellow, not white.
It's still orange.
You can see it around the edges. Oh yeah. Oh, shadow. Now it's dark color, and now it's shiny. And now it's dark. And now it's shiny. Wow.
Half and half. But I mean,
I wouldn't even put it past these fucking chuckle fucks.
Iron sword that might hold up to almost a single blow before it broke.
Almost. This is either a frying pan or a disappointment.
It's gonna be a disappointment.
Silvery.
Oh, it did get farther than that. Okay.
It's like a pie spatula.
Yeah, one for, I don't know, elves.
I'm guessing at best half.
Look at that, he's made a shank.
Well, we got a significant portion of a pan. Not a whole pan, but a significant portion of one. Part of a pan. I think I could pull off a quail leg on that.
Yeah.
At an angle. I might be able to put something
cast
in
iron
there.
is a thing. You can't cast iron.
Leg might be too big. I'll see if I can
Yeah,
get a hummingbird egg.
it's very easy. This just isn't how you do it.
Here we have the cast iron.
You know, folks at home, when I've built my forge, I will show people how to fucking cast forge.
Frying pan, so it scares them.
Like I'll cast forge a fucking frying pan and/or bowl, just to prove a point.
Sword. Now we have a cast iron sword.
Do it again.
Just like the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Melt it back down and try again.
So I'm back from Utah after collaborating with Good and Basic.
That's so bad.
Our iron casting was not the greatest results. Couldn't quite get it with the primitive. With the modern technique, got decent melting, but actually casting it in molds and stuff proved to be a whole other challenge. But we did kind of the easiest way and most dramatic of an open face mold, and we were able to get something crudely sword shaped. Open face molds always look really cool, but not the greatest result. So just in transit, the tang ended up breaking off, which is already a sign that this sword is not going to be
you can get a good result out of them if you're competent.
Yeah, first thing you should have done was you poured from the tang up to the tip.
And that as well is like make the mold a little bit deeper. Yeah. Like that would have been my fucking start. That way you're less likely to, accidentally fucking overflow and like lose half your fucking metal. Like an extra 4 centimeters would have fucking sufficed plentifully.
Another technique would be, I don't know, don't spill.
Yeah. In fact, best piece of advice for anyone who wants to cast a sword.
Don't.
Yeah, fucking don't. That's what, actually, genuinely really good advice if you're doing cast iron anything, right? Is get like a bucket, right? And make like a general shape of the thing you're trying to make, and make it out of polystyrene, right? If you want to make a bowl, get like a polystyrene sphere.
Yeah, but void casting.
Cut it in half. Fucking dig a fucking hole in it. Fill that hole with sand. Fill some of your barrel with sand. Put the fucking polystyrene thing in it. Fill the rest of it with sand, and then essentially tunnel a small hole down to your polystyrene in the sand. Then pour your metal in the hole. Job done.
You're about void placement casting.
Yes, it's very effective.
Or is generally what he's supposed to do is wax.
Yes, you can even use wax for it. Yes.
That's
it's just it's just like today we have better shit for that. And polystyrene is amazing for it because it's cheap as chips and it's easy to work with.
To clean this up, get something that looks a little bit more swordish and matches our other ones here. We have previously cast bronze, the forged one we did, and we battle tested these two, and you can barely see the damage on the forged iron. The bronze one has some pretty huge nicks and bends to it now. Cast iron will be an interesting comparison. Honestly, it
will snap in
probably
half.
Worse than both of them, but we'll see. Let's clean this up, make it look a little bit more sword-like, and put it to the test.
By which I suspect he might mean reforge it.
Yeah. Which is
I fucking would be.
He's pretty much just cut. He's got a flat billet and cut a sword out of it. Sword shit.
Alright, so after quite a bit of grinding, I now have a polished up sword here. I'm very glad I used the modern techniques. This ended up being probably the hardest thing I've had to cut and grind.
Yeah.
So the cast iron is actually pretty promising in terms of hardness.
I hate the fact he keeps just leather wrapping his handles. Please stop doing that.
But I was really surprised how shiny.
Learn how to make a handle.
It looks almost exactly the same as the
Also,
forged
look at those
iron sword.
holes.
The
Like,
thing
I
about
only saw
vision
one
is
hole. There's
gonna be
two
a lot
holes in
different.
that.
It's too
Visually,
right
they're
through.
pretty much the
So it's
same.
like Kevin,
Pretty
like,
thick sword compared to the other
straight
ones.
through.
And that's partially because we ended up casting it thick, but also because I don't expect it to be too strong, so the thicker the better. This guy is almost 2 pounds.
That's not how that works. It's all you lemming.
And it's quite a bit bigger. There are a few kind of telltale signs that this was cast and not forged, kind of holes in it from air bubbles that formed during the casting. And those are going to be obvious weak points, so don't be surprised.
Only because you don't know how to take them out.
But otherwise, it seems pretty promising.
The
It seems
technique
really
for casting,
hard,
what if you
really
casted you
strong.
did
See how
to
they
get rid of the
compare.
bubbles.
Alright, so we got a variety of different objects here to test the sword on and see well it cuts. Basically, works from pretty soft to
fuck
fairly
me.
hard. Going up,
Why do you keep doing shit like this to me, FatmanT?
How far we can get before this actually shatters. And if we get to it, start swinging at it on the bronze and forged iron sword and see how they would do if they ever met in combat against each other.
Still, why do you keep just
axe
making me aware of this shit?
So let's
start
swinging.
Hey, cutting put banana.
Not the best cutting edge on it.
Oh my, doesn't even put a decent edge on it.
Smash. Actually worked pretty good.
No, that shattered. It didn't cut.
Cuts.
That smashed, not cut. That will not kill. Don't you fucking besmirch the kill. Don't you fucking talk bad on Dagmar Kaida, motherfucker. That shit will not kill.
Alright, try to log the test.
What manner of shite have I been saying? What the fuck are these dickwads talking about?
There it goes. Alright, so pretty much what I expected. It snapped almost exactly
tell
in
why.
half.
You burnt your steel. Your iron.
Definitely a sign that
Look like
there
grain.
was probably not any significant single weak point. You can definitely tell that's very much cast iron grain. And that's just kind of the...
Yes, it's burnt. Not cast iron, it's burnt.
Right. So, you know what? I'm not even gonna tackle that on the podcast today. I'm I'll tackle that in private later.
What's that?
So, fun fact, I'm a member of my local community council.
Mm.
And we have a community council group chat. And the leaps of logic I've had the pleasure of witnessing.
I can imagine.
No, you know what? I've changed. We are going to talk about this. This has irritated me.
Oh.
We're going to talk about this, right? Fucking get a load of this shit, right? So there's a scheme going on at the minute, right? Where we can get some funding for some new shit, right? And a person who will not be named has put an idea forth, right? Maybe we could try to apply to get some outdoor gym equipment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Followed by some pictures of some outdoor gym equipment, as if none of us know what that looks like, and some pictures of some education boards, right? Another message after that saying, educational boards too. This is where things get fun. The village has one play park, which is very dated. The swings are covered in green stuff. Don't know, with the wrong spelling of the word no, if it's some sort of mold or because they're right next to the trees. I have two problems with this. Problem one. In that case, fucking clean the fucking swings. Let's get hold of the council and get them to send a cleaning crew around. Problem two. An outdoor gym is not a replacement for a swing park.
Not just that though, right?
It's an addition to a swing park.
Yeah, but here's the interesting part about this, right? The park's not getting used enough, so the swings are going green with mold. Right?
We were going to get to that. Yeah, that's issue 3.
By nature.
Yeah.
Right? You live in Scotland.
Issue number 4 is based on the fact that this person's pointed out that we only have one play park in the village, which is not true, but hey ho. That indicates to me that what they're suggesting is we put the outdoor gym equipment somewhere else in the village to act as a second park. Where the fuck are we putting that then? What's your plan there, Skippy?
I don't know, my back garden?
Like, there's not, like... Problem 5.
Cost.
No, actually, cost is far beyond my problem here. Cost number 5, issue number 5, sorry, right? The village has a community gym. No one fucking uses it. Like for unemployed people, it's a £5 a month. For employed people, I think it's like 20 quid a month. No cunt uses it. So, an indoor gym that has weights and treadmills and all that wonderful shit, and rather importantly, central heating, does not get used. Yeah. What in God's great name makes anyone think that an outdoor gym will get used?
Yes, again.
Like, yeah, it'll be free to use. That is granted. But it's outside in Scotland in a small mining village that still isn't all that comfortable with the idea that transsexual people exist. Like, if we can't even accept the fact that some people want to cut their genitalia off, how are you supposed to feel comfortable just, trying to fucking work out? That is it's the kind of outdoor gym equipment that, is shit. Like an adult seesaw thing with a resistance band inside it. And those weird little fucking bike treadmill things.
Yeah.
And fucking... just like the generic shite stuff. That, quite frankly, is about as much use to your fucking physical health as a fucking... Well, frankly, just a resistance band. like, it's annoying because the person that suggested this idea is a genuinely intelligent person who I'm genuinely a huge fan of. She's a very nice person.
Yeah.
This was a strange pitch, to say the least. Like, just... I mean, I'm keeping my fucking mouth shut, because you know what? If we want to waste money... And that as well, like, I'm only a provisional member. So, like, technically I don't actually get a say. I do get a say, I'm allowed to vote on shit, but, like... You know, me calling someone out for being an idiot has way less weight than someone else in the council calling someone else out for being a fucking idiot. You know, like, so... I'm gonna keep my fucking mouth shut and let them waste their time and money, but, like... You know... Just the thing is, like... If it goes forward and we get the funding and they install the fucking outdoor gym, they're all gonna fucking bitch and wank because no one fucking uses it.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm going to fucking hear for, like, the next 2.5 fucking years. Is just, oh, we spent all this money on an outdoor gym and no one uses it. Yeah. It's Scotland. It's always raining. And we are very judgmental people. What the fuck made you think anyone was gonna use it ever?
Oh yeah, just couldn't look right into the spandex as well on the counterweight machines.
Like,
come on, like, you can do it.
Like, A, it's always raining. B, it's always at the very least damp. C, it's always cold as fuck. And D, we're assholes. Like, I have seen people in this village bully other members of this village for wearing Doc Mitchells. And I'm not even joking about that. I saw a woman get bullied leaving a pub for wearing the wrong type of Doc Mitchells.
Oh,
she was wearing... Doc Martens, rather, yeah. She was wearing the shoe version instead of a boot version and got bullied for it. And when I mean bullied, I don't mean the funny haha Scottish bullying. I mean bullied. I'm talking she was hysterical bullied. Like, what the fuck makes us think anyone's gonna be comfortable using the outdoor gym equipment when they're not comfortable using indoor gym equipment while surrounded by professionals who don't judge you for being shit? It's our job to teach you to not be shit. Like, this idea was not thought through very well.
See, what they're going to do with Rick is going to get the outdoor gym equipment. Then they're going to look for more money to build like a temporary shelter around it, so it's enclosed.
Yeah.
And out the rain. You know, since they've already got a temporary shelter there, we might as well build a permanent shelter there. Then replace the outdoor gym equipment with some indoor modern equipment that still doesn't get used.
Because, again, we already have an indoor gym that doesn't get used.
Yeah.
And it doesn't... the reason it doesn't get used isn't because it's, you know, like it's money. It's because it's a bit of shit. The equipment there isn't great. It's pretty outdated stuff. Like, that's why most people don't use it. I use it. I love the gym, because, like, A, I get it for free, because I work in the building anyway. And B, like, it's got boxing bags. That's handy. You know, I like boxing. And it has weights. That's everything I need for a good workout. It's got a boxing bag and it's got weights. I'm happy. Everything else outside of that is just a bonus.
Including the femboy in the corner.
No, because I live in bumfuck nowhere, Scotland. This village hasn't heard of the femboy. I am the village femboy. And I have a fucking beard. I have a beard and I am the village femboy. It's painful.
Don't worry, one will win eventually.
Like, do you know what's even more painful about it?
What's that?
I am the most flamboyant gay in the village. Like I am to this village what the guy in Little Britain was to his little Welsh village. I'm not the only one here who's willing to suck a cock, but I'm the most obvious one. And I'm not even that stereotypically homosexual. I don't do the hand thing, for one.
Oh, go get back that video out.
Like, Yeah, it needed a quick dig while it was on the topic. You know, like I also don't have a voice like Joe Pa fucking Squally either. Like
I'm sure he was neutered, and that's what caused that.
Yeah, but like still, like. I'm also not a twink. And I'm still the most obviously, overtly homosexual in this village. And I'm not even gay, I'm bi. It's painful.
Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. I had to. You see something?
Yeah, I did, yeah. Nah, you can't sing Miss American Pie anymore. It's not. That's not politically correct.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta sing. You gotta sing Bye Bye They Them American Pie.
No, Bye Bye Androgynous American Pie.
Nah, you know what? You're right for the wrong reason, because that does actually rhyme better than They Them American Pie. Androgynous American Pie rhymes way better. You are actually right for the wrong reasons.
Oh god. Politically correct. Can you imagine trying to politically correct every song in the book?
If only. Oh, how fun would that be, though? It would make the songs way more boring, but you know, the actual task of trying to do it would be really entertaining.
Oh god. Womanizer would be an interesting one. You're a chest feeder, a chest feederizer.
Fuck, you know, like.
Because they've already taxed films. We've got for music next.
Yeah.
You know. And I'll
It'll be a sad day.
It'll be a sad day, but you know it's coming.
Nah, do you know what'll be funny though? See when they start going after Eminem and 50 Cent again. Like, I can't wait for when Eminem and 50 Cent go back to their days of not giving a fuck and telling everyone to fuck off.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna fill my heart with so much joy hearing Eminem call news reporters cunts on live television again.
Oh, come on, can you imagine the rap battle?
Oh.
The feminist femboy rapper versus Eminem. That poor sod.
I would pay so much money to watch that live on ESPN.
I'm like a pit bull with a bullet in its mouth.
Like, I don't care if rapping isn't a sport. I want it on the ESPN. I would pay so much money to watch that on pay-per-view live. I would stay up till 8 in the morning. I would stay up all night to catch that live.
Yeah, can you imagine the feminists and the woke movement for fall upon Detroit for the rap battle. This Eminem 50 Cent is taking tag team turns as just nuke everyone that walks past them.
Bro. Yes. Oh, that would be a fun rap. I would genuinely pay money to watch that.
Probably like a pit bull with a bunny in its mouth. You know what I mean?
It's horrid, but you can't not watch the pit bull to see just how badly it's gonna fuck up the bunny.
Yeah.
You don't want to, but you can't not. You know.
You know it's gonna be bad, but how bad?
You need to know how bad is this gonna be.
Yeah.
You know it's gonna be pretty bad, but you need to know just how bad. No.
Will the bunny have any remnants of surviving? You know, or will it be pink mist?
Will the bunny even resemble a bunny? Or will it just be a puddle of goo?
Tune in, folks, and find out. Eminem versus the feminists. I say Eminem versus feminists because there's more than one. Because we need more than one to give power to the snowflake in order for him to actually get on stage.
Yeah, like...
They're telling positive waves to the one snowflake in front.
Nah, I tell you what, right? We'll make it a fair fight, right? Eminem, 50 Cent, Rihanna, right, and Snoop Dogg.
Oh, gosh.
That's one team, right?
Right.
That's squad A. Right? And to make it fair, right? 35 feminists.
That's still
35 feminists is team 2.
That's still not fair.
Taking turns, one after the other, on the mic, dropping sick beats.
That's still not fair.
And we'll make it a turn-based elimination game.
That's still not
and
fair.
it is fair because one of the people on team A isn't even a rapper. Rihanna is a singer. That's what evens it out, to be fair.
Not really.
Rihanna's because that's like 11 and a half people per rapper, plus Rihanna's here to do like a bit of back chorusing.
Yes, but you got to think though, right?
As well, I have no doubt that because Rihanna and Eminem are pretty good friends, Rihanna could probably drop a sick beat if she felt the want.
Yeah, the problem you got though, right? You know for a fact that either Eminem, Dr. Dre, or Snoop Dogg would take out all 35 for anyone else gets a turn.
No, it's not Dr. Dre. It's although no, Dr. Dre and 50 Cent and Snoop Dogg, and we'll knock it up to like 55 feminists.
Well, that's it. I mean, once Dr. Dre gets to the mic, the rest of them is going to clap for and get anyone. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Me, you put Run DMC on there, and you still beat their asses.
Fuck you put me in that rap battle, we're gonna win, and I'm not even good at rapping.
Yeah, but wouldn't you been the Them Boy team though, technically?
Not really. I'm not really what you would describe as a feminist. At least not by today's standards.
As I said, most people don't describe themselves as feminists by today's standards. Unless you've gone to university and have blue hair.
Yeah, like, do I believe in equal rights? Absolutely. But I believe in equal rights in the literal sense. I believe in true equality.
Right. Mine being one, if we're going feminist...
The way I look at the world, and the way I look at feminism, is it boils down to a simple sentiment. If you are big enough and hard enough to give it, you are big enough and hard enough to take it. And it does not matter who you are, or where you are, or what you are. If you are willing to dish it out, you are able to take it back. If you're big enough and hard enough to punch someone, you're big enough and hard enough to get punched back. If you're big enough and hard enough to fucking rob someone, you're big enough and hard enough to get robbed back. So on, so forth. I do not care what gender you are. I do not care what age you are. I do not care what skin color you are, what height you are. Anything. I don't even care if you're ginger. You know, the soulless bastards that they are. I do not care. The way I see it, you fuck with me, I will fuck with you. You play nicely with me, I will play nicely with you. I may not like you because of your personality, but you haven't personally vexed me in any manner, so I will not do the same in return.
Right, the best
I may say something that does upset you, and you can class that as a personal vexing. It may not have been my intention to personally vex you, but it was what occurred, and that will be fair. You know, that is the way I see it. You didn't fuck with me, so I will not go out of my way to fuck with you.
I'm curious. Oh, there is.
Yeah. There are several.
I wonder what that one's about.
Let's save that for a different episode, because we could spend many an hour on this.
Woke D&D.
Yeah. It's like the woke crusade, if you will. Remember back in like the 90s and shit when D&D first started to get popular and all the Christian groups went, magic, devil, Satan, ah!
Yes.
It's basically that again.
Just more of the sexist, racist.
Yeah, it's sexist, it's racist, there's no rules in there for making homosexuality work. It's like, yeah. There's also no rules for making heterosexuality work. It's, if you want to fuck it, you can fuck it. Like, shut up. Get jobs.
Okay, that'll be interesting. Incels can't play D&D with women. Oh, these would be something. These would be interesting videos to go over, aren't they?
Yeah.
Cringe atheist ruins D&D, believes religious players.
Yeah. Different low-key, like r/RPG horror stories, really fun subreddit.
Where is that one at, like? Oh.
No, that see the videos. That's where they're getting their stories
All
from.
right.
Is r/RPG horror stories. Really good subreddit.
I'll have a look.
Yeah. Like if folks at home as well. Like if you want something to do in your spare time, jump on Reddit and like just read some horror stories about D&D and other tabletop games. It's quite interesting, seeing just how fucking bananas people can be.
Oh god, r/nuclear revenge.
Mm.
The things people do unhinged wise to get revenge on other people is.
I'm quite partial to r/friend of Sappho actually. That's one of my go-to subreddits for a bit of a fun time. It's literally just lesbian memes. It's really fun. No, sorry, it's r/Sappho and her friends rather.
Yeah,
is what it's called. Really good subreddit. Really fun.
I mean, for a good time, you can go to the r/ what do you call it? Oh fuck. No.
r/Crit Crab's a good one as well. That's got a lot of RPG horror stories in it.
r/Amish.
Mm.
The Amish have their own subreddit. That's brilliant.
It's confusing.
Yeah, nobody's on
it's
it.
very confusing to me. Like, yeah.
There's no posts. Nobody's liked it. No one there. It just exists.
And it's it's an amazing shitpost, but it's a very confusing shitpost.
Yeah.
Why would you why would you waste your time on that shitpost?
Why do you make a shitpost that no one can see? The intended target can't see it.
I suppose that is the shitpost in and of itself, but like it's such an elaborate shitpost.
Mind you, I did hear about one guy doing shitpost to the Amish because for some reason they pissed him off, and I can't remember what reason why they pissed him off. So he decided to get his own back to them. He constructed a ginormous, like big floodlights for stadiums.
Yeah.
Built two of those and pointed them at the Amish settlement, and just turned them on.
He built a second sun.
Yeah. Just like every time it went dark, bang! And apparently it got so bad. I mean, Amish apparently reported to the police, saying that he's religiously abusing them by not allowing them to work in candlelight at night time against their religion. And his excuse in court was, "Well, I'm just helping them out," and he wouldn't. The court didn't make him take them down because it's on his land. It's like because apparently what he done was he put like a shed in front of it first before he built them. And he said the floodlights aimed at me shed, but it just happened to be big enough to just catch out an entire Amish community, just like blind them.
Hey, a shitpost, a shitpost.
Maybe be honest, the shitpost I would do if I could afford electric bill for it. To be honest, I mean at this point I'm debating whether to dig a hole and try and run my house off friggin'
this geothermal energy.
You've been able to take geothermal power plant at this point. Because it was ridiculous. A single person using like 4 pund bleckie a day.
Did you know, right? It's an interesting fact I learned recently, actually, right? Like, way the fuck off topic here, right?
Uh-huh.
Did you know that in an emergency, a crayon can burn for 30 minutes?
Yes.
But do you know what I want to know?
What?
See if it's not an emergency. How long does it burn for?
31 minutes.
Does it burn for longer or does it burn quicker because it's not an emergency?
Oddly enough, it burns longer.
Really?
Yes.
Does actually I was shitposting, but does actually an answer like the crayon knows if it's an emergency or not?
No, but the idea is that in an emergency, conditions aren't perfect to burn it, shall we say?
Not like an emergency, like the lights went out and I need a quick fucking light source. You can set a crayon on fire; it'll burn for about half an hour.
Yeah, again,
is what I meant.
Yes, but even then though, say you need a light source, you're moving around trying to get the light source, things are blowing, it's going to catch it and knock it out. Oh.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah, true, yeah.
Whereas if you just set down, like, non-emergency, you set down just to burn a crayon, because there's nothing like people mooning around trying to catch light or trying to get cover for warmth or whatever you want to try and do. It's just burn there so it burns longer.
True. Actually, quite a handy piece of information. Like, I might actually bring some crayons with me on my religious trip.
Better using wax grass.
I don't know, like, it'll do as like it's 2 in the morning, I'm a little chilly device of just set it on fire and, you know, hold my hands over it. You know, for when I can't be fucked lighting the campfire again, you know?
You better if you each campfire shouldn't go up in the first place.
Yeah, true.
If it is, you're bad at building campfires. And B, you're taking the gas stove with you. Just use that.
I mean, yeah, true. It's also like, you know, I can't be fucked getting the gas stove back out, so like, crayon. You know?
Hot melty wax in my tent. Good idea. That's what you're using.
Yeah, no, okay. I was gonna say, I'm using a tarpaulin, but like, you make a valid point, yeah.
At that point, take candles.
You make a good point, yeah. Yeah.
Take candles or a storm lantern at that point.
Fuck it, flares. It's just, that'll heat me up.
Oh yeah, it's the whole forest. This'll work.
I mean, if it works, you know, like, if the whole forest is on fire, I'm not gonna be cold.
Flares,
I'm gonna be roasty toasty.
Flares, the handheld lightsaber of the modern world.
Anyway, it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
It is, and I'm getting tired.
It is.
I cooked some sausages, and I'm just more hungry now, so I'm going to actually make some more food.
That is fair. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired. I'm a sleepy little femboy.
Well, yeah, you've done a hard day's work of sitting there watching Robin Hood on your phone.
Yeah, and like pouring like 1 pint an hour.
You know,
I was there from like 1 o'clock till about 5:30, 7ish.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was lucky if I pulled 9 pints. Like, it was an embarrassingly slow shift.
Well, bad news. I've run out of cherry.
Oh no.
Yeah. So now I've got to go on to pink lemonade twist.
That's what I've been like alternating between. Like with my bubble gum and watermelon one is a pink lemonade one. I really like the pink lemonade ones.
My favourite one, my sister's got. My favourite one is my apple ice. But that's down.
No, my favourite one, right? I've got it here. My favourite one's a limited edition Elf bar they do every year. It's one of the Christmas ones. It's honey apple. It's fucking gorgeous. It's an acquired taste, but it's right up my alley.
The only thing about Elf bars get me annoyed with these disposable vape stuff. Don't mind, it's a great idea. Is people put the fuckers in the trash.
Yeah, please.
For fuck's sake.
Stop just, littering them.
Yes. You're literally lying in the streets with little mini landmines.
Yeah. Again, you can make good money out of them as well. Like there's lead in these bastards.
Lead,
you just pull the lead out, make good money just salvaging the lead out of these things.
What's lead? There's lead, there's lithium, there's other chemical elements in there, bit of copper.
Yeah. I said you can make good money just dismantling fucking disposable vapes.
Just remember, folks, put your lithium in oil so it doesn't explode. Anyway, we've been going on a while, we've changed subjects twice. So, hope the hints and D&D help, and the frustrating view that was...
That
guy. I'm sure Vegas now going to go home and binge watch the entire content just to see what's wrong with it.
No, honestly, I'm going to forget he exists. And like I said, once my forge is up and running, I will fucking bring a camera into the forge, and I will show people how to fucking do it properly. Just to prove a point.
No editing.
I will. Yeah, like I will show you how to make a cast iron fucking frying pan. Because it's not that difficult. It's that difficult when you're an idiot. It is not that difficult if you're like, they're already breaking the rules by using fairly modern shit.
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna go with some modern shit because you can't be fucked anymore, go all the way with it. Don't half-arse your modernizing.
The problem is, alright, they were doing open face casting for the sword.
Yeah, which, again, shite. But
yeah. My problem is, why did they do the open face casting for the frying pan? Which would have made infinitely more sense.
Would have been a lot easier.
You know what I mean? Just push the frying pan into the mold, they lift it out, there you go, pour.
Like... like, it's literally a shallow bowl with a handle. How do you fuck it up?
With some ridges.
Like, the shallow bowl with a handle attached. It's not that difficult. Like...
I'm guessing you didn't get the iron hot enough before you transferred it.
Like, all I'm saying is with, like, 5 minutes of effort, I can turn a fucking bottle cap into a functioning frying pan. And I don't even mean by melting it down and casting it in. No. Like, with a little bit of bend work, a chisel, a hammer, and a paperclip, I can turn a fucking bottle cap into a functioning frying pan. It's not going to be very useful. There's not a lot you can cook with it. But fuck me, you can make a small quail egg in it.
Well, give us 10 minutes to turn a tin can to a jet stove.
You know, like... You know what I mean? Fucking...
Hey, you wonder how you do that? With stuff?
Like...
Watch Cook's Kitchen.
That guy's shit was so infuriating, there's not a word in the English language to describe it. I have to speak Sabu Habu. Fucking... because I'm from Mars.
See, that's what... The bronze casting was correct, yes.
Bronze casting, I couldn't have flawed that, like, faulted that. That was pretty standard shit.
The problem is that he didn't patina it enough to harden the edges.
He tried, but, like, he didn't do a fucking great job, but he tried.
Then was the technique, he's like, he's trying to compare, like, the fight between a bronze swordsman and an iron swordsman. Right? Who would win? Well, it depends. Who's more skilled?
Yeah, who's the more experienced bladesman?
Yeah. I mean, yes,
between two complete chuckle fucks, it's a bit of a coin flip.
Between two completely inexperienced fighters, yes, the iron sword has the advantage on sheer cutting power, and not being as soft. But give the bronze sword to an experienced fighter, and the iron sword to a chuckle fuck. I'm sorry, the bronze sword's still going to win.
And even then, like, if both swords are being held by a complete chuckle fuck, like, if the guy holding the bronze sword just has a little more natural talent and finesse for this type of shit,
yeah,
it goes from the iron sword having a slight advantage to both guys being on fairly even footing the entire time. Like,
there's many factors which, yes, bronze died out because it was a weaker metal.
It was shite. It still is a bit shite.
And iron became more efficient and stronger. Hence, but what started out wasn't the fact of iron weaponry, it was iron armor.
Yeah.
That caused that major shift.
Anyway, before we waste another 2 hours being annoyed.
Yes. Yeah,
let's call it a night.
Thursday, we have a nice chill stream. Well, I say chill. We're watching, I believe it was Russian car crash videos and Karens.
Yes, it was.
On Thursday.
I'm looking forward to that.
Are you going to find some videos for us to watch?
You know, I think I just might.
Send me the links for them and I'll put them into the list.
In fact, can I make a small caveat to this?
What's that?
Real quick, right? Rather than it being just specifically Russian car crashes in general? Yeah. Better yet, vehicular crashes in general.
Yeah, it's vehicle crashes
Like-
in general, but remember, Frog says he's going to be there. Rincewind, sorry, and he hasn't seen Russian car crashes yet. Or Russian road rage.
Yes.
I don't know how he's been on the internet for so long.
And not stumbled into it, but
Yeah, but
it's just because there's a couple of YouTube channels that I'm quite familiar with that do really good like motorbike crash like content. Like I'll give them shout outs next week when they cover their shit.
Yeah.
But
and I've also
that's what I was like. I feel like it's like both you and me are quite experienced when it comes to motorbikes. Like we could have some fun conversations about that.
And I've recently seen a couple of Karen/police camera footage, which are quite interesting.
Yeah,
Not to mention
more
hilarious.
Please. Not gonna lie, I'm starting to get real sick of the colour blue because of this show. I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, I'm not there for another day anyway.
Still, like, if it's getting to the point where like police cars drive past, and I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake, not more fucking cops, Jesus Christ! I've had enough of you cunts this week.
Did we call police last week? I don't think we did.
I think we did it like at the very a little. I think at some point there was a police officer in one of the videos last week.
What did we do last week?
I can't remember. I've slept since then.
Oh no, last week was the 1950s.
Yeah, and there was the police investigator man. That counts.
No, it doesn't count.
That counts.
It does not.
He was a policeman. He was a policeman. That counts.
Oh, God. Anyway,
Like it counts. There was a policeman in it. It counts.
Okay, I'll try and find some Karen videos that doesn't have police in it.
Yeah, he's a very dead policeman now, but like he was a policeman when he was alive.
Right, I'll try and find some Karen videos with any police in it for you. That'll make you happy?
No, but you know, it's fine. It can have police officers. I'm just being a cunt. Like it's fine. I'm more just mean like at some point can we like do a whole week where we don't do anything to do with the police or the courts or anything to do with the law. At some point.
No, pick a topic.
I'll do that one of these weeks. One of these weeks I'll throw us towards a topic that avoids the law. That'll be fun.
You said you were going to pick one. Last time you said you were going to pick a topic. And it was about 7 weeks ago and I'm still waiting.
Did I?
Yes.
That's fair then. You should have reminded me that that was a task I had taken on.
I have 3 times. And you still
Oh. Well, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I deserve that. But man, I'm forgetful, okay? I'm stressed all the time.
I even mind you in Discord.
I am stressed like all the time. Like in fairness, I got a shit memory. It's fine. But yeah, so outside of that, DLD, we can't do next week because Rincewind won't be with us. He's away.
Oh God.
Again. But in fairness, he informed me of that one like well in advance, so that's fine.
Well, no,
we'll do something else next week.
We do something
for the DLD show.
Might be able to do it, but again, it depends if we find more players.
Yeah, even then, I'm thinking, fuck it, we won't bother. Week after that was probably when we'll bring session 2 in again. So I'm thinking doing it bi-weekly is going to be infinitely better. So it means I've got pretty much double the time to like get things set up. So like we've got like a bit higher quality shit on the go for each episode.
Don't forget you can turn out to Ahsoka.
Yeah, that as well. It gives me more chance to actually get round to talking to Ahsoka and be like, hey, what you want in on this shit? Because I keep forgetting to do that.
Yes, you do.
Because again, always stressed. My head's always like a million miles per hour. So as soon as that thought comes in my head, it's fucking gone again. Because like 10 other things have propped up that are, important. My world is falling apart. That's the quick answer to why I'm shit at everything right now.
Yeah, you slowly breakdown. Is that what it is?
Yeah, You're not even wrong. Yeah.
It's a very quick nervous break. Like most people do, yours is taking like 3 or 4 years to slowly just destroy your entire personality livelihood.
Like all I'm saying is like over the last 3 years, I've had 2 hallucinations. Fun. One of them was a PTSD induced hallucination, and the other one was I don't even know.
Oh, you did better than I am. I mean,
I opened my living room door to go up the stairs, and I saw a face. And there was a fucking full face just on my staircase, and it looked me in the fucking eyes, and I died. I actually died. My soul left my body. I saw the face of God. I went to heaven, got kicked down into hell, and then returned to my body.
Oh god, it reminds me of that fucking woman Natalie's video.
I saw the face of God.
Was it square?
No. It was prism. It was kind of squared triangularly. So it was prism-y shaped.
So you saw Polygon from freaking Pokemon.
It was prism-ish. It wasn't a true prism, but it was kind of a prism. It was prism-ish.
How high were you?
I wasn't.
Don't say you weren't high.
If anything, I was on a come down because I hadn't taken my pills for about 3 days. I'm on very strong painkillers. I have been for several years. If anything, I was on a come down because I'd forgotten to take them for 3 days straight, which may have been a factor into why I hallucinated a whole fucking face.
So yes, so by comparison, you were quite.
Or I'm just going a bit schizo. Both are possibilities.
Anyway, folks, on that interesting news,
we'll
bring more point of Vegas' slowly mental breakdown into the asylum next week.
I should have gotten therapy a decade ago, and I've still not got round to it because private therapy is expensive, and am I waiting on a 9-month wait list to talk to people about my feelings.
I mean, you can also what I didn't have a public breakdown, and that will get you talking to a therapist at some point.
Still.
But
at this point, I feel like just getting a better paying job and paying for better help every month is quicker and easier. Because then I can do therapy on my schedule. So some weeks it'll be a Tuesday, and other weeks it can be a Friday, and it literally doesn't matter.
I mean, if Vegas does end up in the loony bin, we will take video cameras and record it.
Yeah. Please don't do that.
Why? I'll make sure you sign off on it first.
I just, I don't want anyone seeing what me in a mental breakdown looks like. I also don't want there to be any recorded footage of that for me to look back on.
So if you ever get married, your wedding day is like, Mr. Vegas, do you remember this?
That would be painful. I would be very, because I have a suspicion what kind of person I would be if I had a mental breakdown. Not the kind of person that can get married.
Or sit there in a diaper.
Not for the reasons you think.
Oh, anyway, folks.
Diaper wrapped in bubble wrap. No sharp objects in a 100-foot radius. That kind of behaviour,
Yeah.
Danger to himself and others on making big bold letters spray painted onto the door.
Do not feed after midnight.
No, just do not feed by hand. Never mind after, just by hand. Put food on tray through door, step 5 paces back.
At least 3 minutes.
No quick movements.
3 minutes standby just in case.
Yeah, no quick or unexpected movements, no loud noises. Essentially, I would turn into a very aggressive squirrel.
So basically the shy guy from the SCP world.
Pretty much, actually, yeah.
Do not look at face.
Oh no, you can look at me. That's fine. Just no sudden movements, no loud noises.
Do not turn back.
Don't touch me. That's another biggie. Don't touch me. Even like right now when I'm pretty stable. Don't fucking touch me. I don't care for that shit. I'm not big into hugs. Like, there's a couple people who I don't mind hugging. Like, that's fine. But like most people is like, nah, I'm good. Even members of my own family, like my cousin tried to hug me once, and I fucking stepped back on pure instinct.
Yeah, the world has gone to a very huggy state, hasn't it?
Yeah. That's what it was, a very like hug appropriate moment. And like my cousin stepped forward to give me a big old hug, and on pure goddamn instinct, my brain went fuck that and stepped backwards. I don't know why, because I like that cousin. But on pure goddamn instinct, I was like, no hug, nope, step away, nope. And then she called me out on that shit. She's like, what the fuck are you stepping away for? I was like, I don't know, but I am. I'm sorry, I will step into the hug, because you're one of the people on my you're allowed to hug me list, but at the same time, pure instinct said no.
Anyway,
it was quite awkward, as you can imagine.
Anyway, folks, we'll leave it there for tonight.
That's a good idea, because I can actually hear my voice fucking going.
Yeah. So
I don't know if you were the folks at home heard it for a couple of seconds there, but my voice was going.
So usual time next week, around 7:30-ish.
That's why I needed to cough. There we go.
And that's our usual time, so...
Yes. Around about 8 o'clock.
And good luck.
For Thursday.